Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Tuesdays. Oh. We had a rather cheat-filled night yesterday, guys. What's going on right now? Rather cheat-filled night last night. I tried using the block name, and that definitely just triggered more cheaters, as it turns out. Just like using the Jabeta build, bad idea. Bad idea. Horrible idea. Leads me to believe like one of the best solutions right now for cheating is just pretending you're a normal player. Because you can't escape them, especially at high MMR. There's no way to get away from cheaters at high MMR. They're just there fucking all the time, just looking for an excuse to toggle. Literally just looking for you to give them a reason to fuck around. Because tunneling and camping apparently is cheating, if you didn't know that. According to the Survivor Handbook, it's cheating, and as such, it allows them to toggle their cheats. It allows them to cheat too, because you're cheating, right? Yeah. Good evening, Bendy. Oh no, I just heard a snap. Fucking hate these Apartment 9 t-shirts. Are way too restrictive around my shoulders. Good evening, guys. Need more volume. I was looking at my hair today. Normally I have more volume, it's not very volumastic right now. Hope you guys are having a good evening. We're back to juggling names now. I was watching some other streamers play Killer, and like they literally don't even get anyone that's hard. I don't know what's happening with our games. It does make me wonder if we're getting targeted specifically by cheaters. Watched some more DBD streams earlier tonight. Most people are just getting morons. And instead we get Ultra Swifts and cheat lobbies. Not sure, guys. But as I mentioned, guys, we will be taking a break from Dead by Daylight since Riftbreaker was kind of a flop. Didn't work out the way I wanted to, unfortunately, even though we did the campaign. The fun part is literally survival, and that was kind of because they have problems with large amounts of units. Hopefully they'll get fixed in the future, who knows. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is actually a streamer queue. I am very certain. Just looking at like some of the watching Otts literally get a fucking rage cheater that can't figure out how to unhook himself and dies on the hook was absurd. Like the guy that's flying around and shit. Yeah, like it wasn't like he intentionally died. Rather, he was too stupid to figure out how to make the cheat work to get himself off the hook. But he was flying around and changing health states and shit. Yeah. And like getting Otts gets like players that just like run into their arms and just like hugs him and shit. It's just fucking weird. I don't know where those players are coming from, but I'm not getting them. I was watching Drew, on the other hand, watching True, and literally getting stream sniped out the wazoo. He's not even trying to hide shit though. I don't like his not obscurity. What is it? Obtuse. His stubbornness is leading to part of the reason why he gets targeted, focused, and fucked with constantly. He thinks if he just like battens down the hatches and like speaks with a louder voice, it'll change what's going on. He doesn't try to hide his usernames. He doesn't try to hide queues. He doesn't try to hide people that are in the lobby. Like he doesn't VPN around. He literally doesn't do anything to actually try and get away from them. And then obviously he's gonna get hit by them because there's almost no way to escape it, like I mentioned before. All the best thing you can do is just rotate usernames and try to fucking move around constantly. Yeah, there are definitely some streamers that get fucking streamer queues, though, with like lower MMR players. Like I watched a little bit of Winter today, and he's just getting morons. Like where last week he was just getting fucking rage cheaters constantly that held him hostage, and decent players on top of that. Now he just gets fucking morons. So it does make me wonder if there's a dev queue where they just lower your MMR like by 500 points and you're just like there and you just like fuck with people constantly. Because it definitely kind of looks that way, where we just have players that just don't get people that can play the game anymore, and that's fucking weird. Hexy also doesn't get people that play the game, whereas earlier this year, despite what he might say earlier this year, he couldn't even play Killer because he doesn't play Killer very well, and he got basically shit on so much that he stopped playing Killer and just played Survivor Queues. I don't know if you guys remember that. Yeah, he literally... Because if you play on the Ireland server... There's an Ireland server, by the way. There's Frankfurt and Ireland, and the rest of fucking Europe plays on fucking Frankfurt. If you get the Ireland server, it is incredibly, incredibly easy to stream snipe you. Incredibly easy to stream snipe you. Because the Ireland server serves two very small populations, which is Ireland and UK. And that's it. Maybe Iceland, too. But it basically serves those two populations. NA has two servers for all of NA, including Canada and Central America. And Frankfurt serves all of Europe and West Russia, Middle East. It's like a giant fucking swath of land. And that's because the game connects you to servers based on ping. So the server with the closer server, I saw some weird shit though. I saw some players that were queuing and getting stuck with high latency lobbies for some reason. I don't know what that is. Usually when that happens to me, I immediately assume it's cheating and I just leave the lobby. And then rotate usernames. If I get a high latency lobby, especially multiple of them in a row, because this game doesn't load balance. If I get multiple of them in a row, it means I'm being shoved in them on purpose, so I'll immediately leave the lobby. Yeah, because my ping will generally never be yellow to me, depending on what servers I'm picking. Even UK isn't that bad, but when I get like 140 ms ping, there's something fucking weird going on. Yeah, but True is very, like, I assure you, whatever MMR he's normally at, he 100% gets stream sniped constantly, either through stream sniping or cheater stream sniping. So they know his lobby and his cloud ID, and they get into his games, and he doesn't try to change his username or shit. Sometimes he'll change it, but generally he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go out of his way to try and avoid the pain that he's just getting, and you can tell it's definitely affecting him, and he just keeps trying to pretend it doesn't exist. It's fucking weird. It's like the high school mentality where you just assume you're just always in the right and you're just, you know, like righteous justice is on your side and you're just going to prevail because of it. It's not the way things work online. People are assholes. You know. But yeah, it's you can't tell what kind of games he gets, you can't tell what kind of killer he is, and not just because he gets stream sniped all the time, but also because he doesn't play in a way that he thinks is not skillful, which includes hook camping and tunneling, which we're going to talk about here in a second, guys. I'll get my coffee right out the bat here, guys, and then we'll get into the dev update. Okay. Yep. And there might be one in Asia, but you're probably not close enough to queue into it. The servers serve a huge portion, despite there being a lot of AWS servers, by the way. BD only uses a handful of the servers, unfortunately. So, and it doesn't load balance, meaning whatever server you get, which is closest to you when you start the game, is where you'll always be put. It doesn't matter what your MMR is, you'll always be stuck there. If you start getting moved around, it usually means that there's something sus going on in your games. So if you start getting yellow pings and you're in EU, or excuse me, in Ireland, that probably means you're getting either put on Frankfurt or NA, and someone's moving you there as if you're in a pre-made. So the reason it's sus is because if you get a high ping, you'll move around with your group. If you queue into, let's say, Survive with Friends, or not Survive with Friends, Kill Your Friends, so you group into a custom game lobby, you'll get kind of the same thing where it'll pick a server and it'll just push people to that server, usually depending on what most people are close to, or whoever the host is. It really depends. And that's just where you are. So if you're getting a really fucking weird ping compared to normal, that means you're probably being put in with a kill your friends, only it's in the normal game, which is not something that's supposed to happen, but something that cheaters can do. So it's one of the reasons I dodge like high ping lobbies, is because it immediately means someone's trying to fuck with me. There's other streamers I've seen it happen multiple times, and it might be something weird that's going on, like let's say if you're in a BHBR's fucking with their queues or something, like because they put you in a special MMR because they don't want you to look bad for their game. It might change things too. It really changes, like depending on this. So even for you, that ping's not that high. That's still acceptable. We're playing Dead by Daylight. We aren't there yet though. Bendy, we are in the just chatting. We aren't going to be playing games for probably an hour or so. We're going to look at the patch notes, by the way. PTB patch notes. Yep. New perks, by the way, we're going to cover those. The ones for Killer kind of suck. There might be one option there, but we'll see. Yeah. But 100 ping is still alright. Yeah, Dead by Daylight is not a first-person shooter, and it's still playable. I've played on Ireland server before, and it's not that bad. Killer. It's better with mainly if you play a mouse one killer instead of someone that has projectiles, because the game has like coding issues, but still acceptable and still something you can do. You can't do the split-second Nemi whips like I can on NA, for instance. The meh content? You're meh content. Your name is meh. Sincerely. Oh, you're talking about BHVR. Okay. We're going to cover this here in a second. The new killer, not all that interesting. I'm not going to play the PTB because, as I mentioned, PTB is kind of boring because the kind of players that you get, there's no MMR. The kind of players you get are just there to fuck around. It's not normal gameplay, and as such, really boring, and you can't get a feel for the game anyways. The new killer is basically Tracer. Essentially Tracer, where he can use dashes to catch up to players. So if you can imagine like Nurse, he can like dash, but he can't dash through walls. And basically the counterplay to him is just vaulting windows. So yeah, that's basically his counter game, is just vaulting a window. Because he can't dash through windows. There's a couple perks here that we're going to cover. Actually, let's see if because the perks look better on the wiki. Updated. Wiki guy's pretty good. Question mark is here. The perks are here. We're going to take a peek at them. What's the Lago suit? What? Surprisingly, the survivors. There's 2 survivors, and they have 2 independent lists of perks. So the killer got 3 and survivors got 6 perks this update. Yep. Don't worry. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it, guys. There's a couple perks that are of concern, which we're going to cover here in a second. But let's go over the new killer, which is this guy. He's basically like your commando type from... I never played Resident Evil, but he just strikes me as a commando type person. Like macho commando type guy. Combat knife, yep. So he dashes around, and if he gets you close to you on a second dash, he can just grab you and put you on his shoulder. I think it's only on the second dash. I was watching a little bit of gameplay earlier tonight. But basically, he has to be infected, so it's like Nemesis. Basically, he dashes around, and you just vault a window, and apparently survivors aren't smart enough to figure that out yet. So, yep. I mean, there's a reason that people died to Sadako early on in the PTB too. Sadako actually killed people on PTB. Hilarious. Yeah. Let's take a look here. The interesting thing though with the DLC is not necessarily the characters as much as the perks. Hitting survivor affects him with bound with infection. Hitting survivor already afflicted with infection with a bound attack will increase their infection. Okay, so there's multiple levels. Crashing into something during bound attack will slam nearby survivor, causing damage. If not, the survivor will be thrown, loses a health state. They're thrown into any solid object. Crashing into something during a bound attack will slam nearby survivor, causing damage. What's damage? There's no damage in this game. You don't have a health bar. Not the survivor is thrown and loses a health state. They're thrown into any solid object. Okay. I've seen it before, like you hit them into a wall and you just grab them. Mastermind can barrel forward, infecting survivors with Ouroboros virus or leaping over obstacles. If the Mastermind hits a drop pallet or window while using Virulent Bound, he vaults over the obstacle. Depends on what the speed is. Just because you vault it doesn't mean that it's fast. Survivors afflicted with infection suffer hindered, reducing their movement speed by 5%, and infection builds over time. Upon reaching critical infection, the hindered stats effects in strength further reduce movement speed by 8%. That's not much. Actually, I take that back. That's actually pretty significant in terms of looping. Like, negative hope. If the Mastermind hits a critically infected survivor using Virulent Bound, he will automatically begin to carry them. Yep. Fly cases, containing first aid spray, so basically the Nemesis effect. When infected, a survivor can use first aid spray on themselves or other survivors to remove infection. The more is the tentacle animation kinks we've been waiting for. Okay, good. BH if I want to do anything that get them canceled though. So, it'll only be so good. I guess bound is just basically his speed. Teleport. I don't know what to call it. Tracer dash. Dash. Two bounds. Charge time. You get 0.8 charges a second. That means it'd take you like 2 minutes to get fully infected. That means they can end up in a state where they're just all negative 8% speed because there aren't enough cases. Give my glasses a wash, guys. Funny to see RE join DBD because they've always wanted a game like DBD but filled only with RE content. There's a lot of games that have tried the asymmetrical thing. They've fucking failed horribly. Probably one of the better ones is Evolve. And Evolve just shits the bed constantly. I don't know what like they turn the servers on. Did they turn them back off again or something? It was on Twitch for a little bit and then just gone again. So I don't know if they like turning stuff on and off. There's still people playing it. Evolve Live, yes, because they want to keep streaming the game that they're known for now. Ah, there's a couple people in the Evolve category because they're hipsters. Ex-pro monster request. Okay. You're a pro in a game that's been dead forever that never had a pro scene? I guess Dead by Daylight has a comp scene, so... yeah. A cheating scene? Yeah, Dead by Daylight has a cheating scene. I mean, comp scene, excuse me. But yeah, I don't expect there to ever be another game like Dead by Daylight, and that's because Dead by Daylight's a really fucking weird game in terms of game mechanics. It's not something that's remotely normal. Like I mentioned before, I compare it most regularly with a board game. Knowing all the effects and the rules of the game is basically a big portion of the game, and what the characters do. It feels a lot like a board game. Is there a case? How many cases are in the trial? The cases might respawn the vials too, depending on how they do things. Yeah, it's like a board game. It's a lot to do with knowing basically the effects. It's not like a first-person shooter or anything. It's a lot of knowing with cause and effects and things that will happen throughout the match that you need to be up to date on, basically. And it's not so much about your personal skill, but rather your strategic and tactical skill when managing everything, which chess has a lot of, or board games have a lot of, depending on which board games you play, right? It has a lot to do with meta overview rather than macro overview, excuse me, rather than micro. But I don't think there's anyone else that has made that comparison. Always ahead of the curve, by the way. Uh-huh. Game's definitely not like a first-person shooter. It's not an RTS. There's nothing like Dead by Daylight. And I hope there's never another game like Dead by Daylight, because this game is so weird in terms of mechanics. It doesn't even make sense. Like, the fucking random generators that you have to repair. Dropping pallets just stops. Like, it's an obstacle, right? A PvE obstacle that just stops the killer from moving. All different sorts of things. Players do not actually have a health bar. They have health states, right? And weird things can happen in different health states. They just put together, like, they had been on shrooms when they made this game. It's so fucking random with just all the random stuff in it. Just, like, the interactions are just fucking random as shit. The stuff that happens, of course, doesn't remotely make sense. It doesn't need to be a good game, though. Cases... by default, the trial will spawn with 4 supply cases. I think that means that's the same. It's like, because the killer's new, it might not be completely upgraded. Unlike chess, the supply case does not stay open automatically because it's up after 15 seconds. Yeah. Or it's just broken and opens and closes randomly, too, because they haven't fixed that bug yet. Still can't depend on that sound to find a survivor. Cool. So I guess 4. So it is potentially possible to just leave survivors at negative 7% movement speed later in the trial. Interesting. Obviously, that depends on using up all of the vials. Wonder if he has a negative supply case, too. No perks yet. Okay. That's the important part, is the perks. Or not the perks, add-ons for the killer. Perks, guys. So, the interesting thing here for killer, the other two kind of suck, but the interesting thing for killer is superior anatomy, which is like a boosted version of bamboozle. It allows you to vault 40% faster when a survivor fast vaults in front of you. So, initial impression is this could be pretty good. Especially if you put it together with bamboozle. It has a 30-second cooldown, though, so if they fast vault and then you fast vault behind them, and you don't catch them, then you're fucked. Cool. But you could still use it with Bamboozle. And let's take a look at vault speeds. So window vault speeds are really fucking weird. Killer vaults aren't nearly as fast as Survivors. Not windows of opportunity, windows. Let's see. Fast vault. This vault's 0.5 seconds. Medium vault is 0.9 seconds. And a killer vault is 1.7 seconds. Slow vault is 1.5, which is what they do when they're running. So you vault 40% faster, that would be what? The calculator never remembered the size of it. Seven times maybe 0.6. One second? I don't think that's right, though. 0.68. Depending on how they code it, it's probably 1 second, and then Bamboozle, I think, is 20%, right? But if you use something like this, they literally are never going to vault windows. All they're going to do is just pre-drop pallets if they see you have a build like this. 15% faster. So technically 45% faster. 9.35. So it would basically be just as fast as slow vault. Which probably means you catch them. So maybe this could be good for mouse one killer. But once again, if you're a mouse one killer, you're just going to get people pre-dropping pallets. So even if you close off windows, windows are actually a secondary looping mechanic to pallets. Pallets are much more prevalent and much stronger than windows. But windows can completely fuck you up depending on how you're playing your character. But you can also counterplay windows. Like you can play around windows, usually with vaults. Light's still going out, guys. So, I don't know if you'd want this. So if you use this perk, obviously it would help you with windows, right? Obviously this perk will help you with windows, but if you use this perk, you might just run into a scenario where people aren't going to run windows, and then you're going to be down basically 1 or 2 perks if you have Bamboozle or not. So not sure whether or not I'd actually want this. Command & Conquer sucked, excuse me. Wait, what? I actually, like, when I was younger, I played Command & Conquer, and it actually just never really struck me compared to other RTS games that were out at the time, like Age of Empires and StarCraft. Rise of Nations. There's a lot of really cool RTS games back in the day that they don't have anymore because RTS games don't sell. A lot of people are not into RTS games. Command & Conquer is one of the first experiences I've had with mirror balancing, and is why I consider mirror balancing inferior to be just actually balancing a game. Mirror balancing is when you have both sides that are almost identical to each other, and you just give each other duplicate stats. Command & Conquer, depending on which version of Command & Conquer you're playing, is generally mirror balanced, and then they just have like a couple units that are different compared to the other races. I don't remember the exacts because I've played a bunch of different Command & Conquers over the years, and I don't remember any of them. But, yeah, Command & Conquer, like RTSs in general, from my experience, aren't really fun to play against people because they always figure out the whorish strategy to win. In StarCraft 2, for instance, it's a lot of resource harassment, and not a fan of that. Not a fan of microing units and having to manage my resource income, like micromanage my resource income. I find it super fucking annoying. And then you have to build in a certain way to prevent that from happening by walling off certain areas with certain buildings and shit like that, and just... StarCraft is what I consider real-time tactics more so than real-time strategy, in that it's mainly about engagements and micro rather than about macro. So overview of the field strategies that you implement, rather it's about just like counter building and direct confrontation and picking when you direct confront and what happens in that confrontation. But anyways, Sidetrack here. So, this perk, while it sounds kind of great, you have to understand that Windows, even if they made Windows kind of pointless, which is what Bamboozle essentially does, by the way, that only does so much for you. So I don't even know if this is that useful. It sounds good, but once again, once survivors realize that you're going to vote 40% faster, they're probably just going to run and pre-drop pallets on you. And at high MMR, similarly, where survivors know what the fuck they're doing, they're just going to pre-drop pallets on you, and then your perks aren't going to do jack shit. But we'll see. Might be wrong on that. There's a couple other ones here. While carrying a survivor, the auras of all other survivors. Oh, by the way, talking about True not going out of his way. I just remember, I watched his channel for like maybe 10 minutes and watched him get shit on, and then kind of complain about it in a passive aggressive way. I watched him this morning. He looked at a guy's profile, saw that he was a comp player, and had a VAC ban, and then didn't dodge the guy. And he's like, whatever, a bunch of people have VAC bans. And you're like, why would you even play that game? Like, you weren't required to play against people, right? Like, you can dodge. It doesn't mean anything. You can dodge whoever the fuck you want. If someone has a VAC ban, that's an immediate dodge for me. I don't give a shit. If they're a reformed player of the internet, I kind of fucking doubt it, especially in Dead by Daylight. But, like, he saw the VAC ban. He even commented on it, and he just didn't care that the guy had a VAC ban. And he's like, yeah, it was like a relatively new one, too. I was like, oh my god. Had a guy yesterday that had 2 VAC bans on his account. Yeah, doesn't stop at 1. Multiple VAC bans. Yep. Totally reformed player. It doesn't mean anything, guys. Don't worry. I'm sure they don't cheat. Fucking weird stuff. Like, where you put yourself in a position where you just get shit on. Like, part of it's your responsibility. Obviously getting shit on is the other person doing it to you, right? But you put yourself in a position where people do that to you. When you can avoid it, you could just avoid the situation, right? But segue aside here, guys. Sidebar aside. Yeah. So there's a perk that allows you to see survivors when you're carrying a survivor for within 20 meters. So I guess this would help you if you get dicked on. You should just run Mad Grit. If you're having problems with this, there's anti-zerging perks. Mad Grit's one of them. SDBFL, Force Penance, Starstruck. There's a lot of other perks that would do what this does much better. This is a worthless perk. I can't imagine a scenario where this would actually be good. Terminus. When exit gates are powered, Terminus activates. All injured, dying, or hook survivors suffer from broken until the exit gates are opened. So, they're just broken if they're in the hurt state. Essentially, this is like Force Penance, only it only works after the exit gates are powered. Garbage perk. There's almost no point in using that. You could just use NOED too. You could just use NOED too, and it would be much better. But you know, whatever. Yeah. So the only perk here of interest is Superior Anatomy from Killers this go round, which is this one right here. And once again, windows are kind of tertiary. Tertiary. Maybe not. Or basically a secondary thing. It doesn't really matter that much. Windows compared to taking care of pallets. Pallets are a much bigger deal throughout instances, and something that you really have to find a way of dealing with compared to Windows. Windows being just kind of something that happens, and they do eventually get blocked too if they're really strong. The built-in blocker, which once again Windows have not a lot, but they have counterplay unless they're running a long window loop, in which case all you can do is chase after them, which is why cheaters do that. In TL loop, it will help. There's mind games in TL loops, assumingly, unless they're cheating. There's mind games in it where you can fake directions you're looking with your light. TLs have a decent amount of mind game. That's why I mentioned before, Windows have mind game for the most part. And even if like you have a window you're having problems with, you can mind game the survivor to vault it and then close it preemptively without just running it. Long window loops you can't, which is why cheaters always go for them, because all they have to do is just W key. You just go around 3 times till it closes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. So, and Bamboozle would fix that much better than Superior Anatomy would, so. Like, I wouldn't imagine... Usually I won't vault the TL unless I mind game the TL. But once again, even if they aren't vaulting the window and I mind game the window instead of the outside of the TL, that's still mind game. And this would help, I guess, with that. But once again, once people figure it out, they're just going to pre-drop pallets on you. And most maps have pallets where they can pre-drop, so... They're just going to play the pallet and pre-drop you. And then you're going to get fucked by it. Pre-drop is very, very difficult to deal with for killers. So, killer basically doesn't have a whole lot of anything going on here. I think I'd rather run Bamboozle. But this might actually give you a leg up. I could see a position where this, compared to Bamboozle, would give you an opportunity to catch a survivor. But at the same time, once the survivor figures out you have this perk, they probably aren't going to run windows. They're going to avoid windows again. So you'll probably get maybe a down out of it if they aren't cheating and know you have the perk from the get-go. But we'll see how it works in implementation. In this one, however, the survivors have some problematic perks here, which we're going to cover. Ay. Oh my god, don't care. Yeah, so the problematic things here is they have something that allows basically people to see, not this one by the way, just covering perks here. This is a perk that allows people to go away. I don't care about your fandom page, fuck off. No one cares about the website that's hosting this, please. This one basically allows you to see when a killer goes to tap a gen, is what that is. And it doesn't look like it has a cooldown, it's just 33% progress on a gen, which is like 30 seconds. This one is fucking weird. They have, it looks like they're kind of going on an anti-tunnel binge here, on anti-tunnel and camp binge. When another survivor loses a health state within 32 meters of your location, while you're in the injured state, you benefit from the following effects. Grants 35% of your missing health progress. So potentially, if your entire team takes protection hits around you, you can gain a health state. Yeah. I don't, like, that's only going to be useful in certain cases, but it's potentially could be a very useful perk. But in the get-go, unless you're doing, like, swift plays here, this might not be very good. It's like free kindred. You mean this one? I don't like kindred at all. Kindred is just really fucking good. If you need intel, Kindred and Spine Chill are very, very good at what they do. This one isn't really Kindred at all. It allows you to see if basically a guy goes to tap the gen. And allows your teammates to react to it. So I guess this would help with coordination in non-Swift, which non-Swifts don't really matter at all, so this isn't really that good of a perk. And once again, I think Kindred's much better, because there will almost always be someone on the hook, and everyone can see everyone's position when someone's... No, that's when you're on the hook, otherwise you can see everyone's position. For solo survivor, Kindred basically does everything you need for intel, for the most part. And then helps your team coordinate with each other when you're the one that gets hooked, which is, once again, very useful. But not very good. This one could be problematic against in Swifts, but even then, it's not too. Like, getting 3 people to take protection hits is kind of rare. This could be annoying against Ultra Swifts, where they do the heal up. They have 2 people in chase with you while you're chasing someone, so 3 people are in chase, and then 2 people will just take protection hits and they'll rotate out and heal each other. So that could potentially be useful in that scenario, but I don't think this being that common. It could be useful, but it remains to be seen. If this was 50%, this would be very problematic. When you become the last survivor remaining in the trial, low profile activates, suppresses your pools of blood and scratch marks for 90 seconds. That is absurd. That is absolutely fucking absurd. Another reason to slug for 4K right there. And even then, you're going to get DC exploit for Hatch. That is absolutely absurd. Good. Yeah, just give out that free hatch. You gotta make sure that the survivor has no chances of being found before the hatch is closed. Good shit. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous, guys. So even if you're in a hurt state, you're not. It's not gonna. Killer's not gonna see anything. Really want to get that 4th player out, guys. They don't want killers actually trying to get a 4K. Wouldn't want that. This probably will be run maybe slightly uncommon, but I think this is going to be a perk. There's a lot of options for survivors, by the way. Just because there isn't a firmed up meta yet does not mean that there are not options for survivors. But this is more reason to slug for hatch. Slug for 4K. Yeah, it's not going to change how I play at all. Now on to the problematic perk, guys. Let's see where that is. Oh, not there yet. Upon completing a healing action or another survivor, they benefit from the following effects for the next 35 seconds. Increase their action speed, healing, and repairing of unhooking and cleansing by 6%. What? Yeah, so if you heal another survivor, they just get 6% to everything for 35 seconds. At least it's not move speed. Yeah. No move speed and volt speed. I mean, you could have just done everything, right, BHVR? Why not? Why stop there? It's only 35 seconds, but heals are very common, especially against Ultra Swifts, and this might be a reason to run Force Penance again, and I'm contemplating about bringing Force Penance back, especially after our games last night. This is the problem one, guys. Once again, it looks like they're trying to target tunneling and camping. When within 6 meters of a hook survivor, press the active ability button to halt the sacrifice process for the next 30 seconds. If hook survivor has already entered struggle phase, its skill checks are paused for that duration. So this is, depending on how this works, this could work one of two ways. One is they have to be within 6 meters, which, alright, this is kind of balanced. The other one is they do a drive-by. If they're just allowed to drive by within 6 meters of the hook, take a protection hit and run away, and put this on their friend for 30 seconds, this is absolutely absurd. This isn't just tunneling and camping, this is going to affect all killers. This is going to affect every one of the killers. Because this means people have more time just to idle on hooks. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, and then as a 40-second cooldown, but it doesn't state whether or not multiple people can do this, so you could have a team with this that can just drive by the hook and just tap 30 seconds on the hook and then leave. Oh, what? And this just doesn't affect me, by the way. This affects, like, literally everyone. This isn't just tunneling and camping. This affects everyone. Yeah, so you can't play around the hook timer anymore. It depends. If they have to be within 6 meters, the counterplay to this, obviously, is just slugging the guy. Can you link a Twitter post? Yes. Sure thing, dude. Yeah, so this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad, guys. Once again, whether or not the PTB's out, and I'm not going to play it, but depending on which way this works, one way is the player has to be within 6 meters to give that guy 30 seconds. The other one is he can get within 6 meters and then just run away. And unlike Kinship, this does not take up a perk slot of everyone on your fucking team. And this seems to stack, which implies that all 4 players could have this and literally just tap it next to someone over and over and over again. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be 4 people, it could just be 2 because the cooldown will come up soon enough. So you could just have 2 people drive by the hook, take a hit, and just run away. So if this is drive-by reassurance, this is an absolutely broken perk. If it's a perk where they have to be within 6 meters, let's say they're playing Hooksy, right? So they're going up there and just, doing the hand raise thing, which cheaters have the ability just to keep you from ever pulling them in the first place because of no pull. If they go and do that, that means they have an additional 30 seconds. That would be painful, but would not be the end of the world, especially because it would take up another one of the survivors. If the survivor's sitting there, you have 2 people. You have access to the guy on the hook, and you have the access to the guy that's playing Hooksy with you. If both players are sitting there jerking off, that means that they aren't doing anything throughout the game. 30 seconds is still a long time, though. And they should actually, I'm pretty sure, I think they should actually convert the struggle meter into a number at this point. Killers need to be able to see whether or not it's moving or not, and you can't right now. Because of the way the nuance works in the struggle meter, it is very difficult to see what's actually fucking going on. So, yeah, sometimes people have kinship and you can't tell. And I'm also pretty sure when someone goes for an unhook, they go for a grab, it actually stops the timer too. We've talked about this before, but I'm pretty sure when people just sit here and go like this constantly, the timer doesn't move. I don't know if that's intentional or not, and I'm still debating on whether or not that's happening or not. But the animation time of which you raise your arms and before you go down, before you redo it again, there's no struggle time while that happens. I'm pretty sure that happens, so they can actually stop the struggle timer by spamming unhook. Yeah. Which is also pretty broken, and that's obviously just built into Survivors, but it wasn't something that most people encounter unless you've actually played the game. Yeah. Yeah. They should stay. If to be balanced, they'd have to stay near the hook. If they just drive by and tap the button and then leave, this is absolutely broken as shit. They can use it. They can use it as a way to, I guess, technically harass a survivor too. And there's no cooldown. Jesus fucking Christ! Like I said before, BHVR has like this like hidden agenda team for survivors in their game. It's kinship too. So kinship is a little bit different. It requires you to have the perk in the first place. So if you are getting tunnel and camped a lot, having kinship could really help you out, just like DS could help you out, even though people say DS is dead. Yep. Is this on Reddit right now? So, looks like this is broken. Once again, whether or not they actually need to be near the hook is going to be the telling sign. That's very problematic. That is incredibly problematic. If all they do is do a drive-by, because you can safely do a drive-by, pretty much with any killer, you can safely do a drive-by the hook at a full health state and get away. Even Bamboozle, or not Bamboozle, even Bubba, you can safely get within 6 meters of the hook without going down, because he has to rev his chainsaw right, and if you come in from a side, from a hidden angle, he won't be able to rev and get you in time. So, yeah. That's a problem, guys. Depends on how common it is, but even if it's not common, just one guy on the team will completely fuck things up. Because then he can just leave for 30 seconds, do whatever the fuck he wants. But if two people have it, they probably could, because they have overlapping times, they could just go in and just keep recirculating past hook. That's a lot of time. Meanwhile, Killer has Monster Shrine, which is super OP according to Twitter. According to Reddit's, Monster Shrine is absolutely OP as shit. And what is that? Reduces their time on the hook by 20%. Meanwhile, they can be on the hook for 2 minutes, and this increases their time 25% per use. Yeah. That's pretty broken. Good shit. We'll see, though. But this is sounding an awful lot. They press the active ability button. This sounds an awful lot like they can just run past and just use it, versus actually having to stand within 6 meters of the hook. And this is like a reverse Merciless Storm. So Merciless Storm was the skill check storm, which sucks dick. So it allows you to basically keep getting skill checks, and the bonus progression is up to 30%. Per token, and you can have up to 6 tokens, which is 180%. If people are cheating, they can just speed up gens anyways. But if you don't miss great skill checks, this could be incredibly useful. There's no downside to it either. Not super OP, though. Reassurance is definitely broken as shit. Yeah, I mean, survivors do, so. They just do whatever survivor wants. Yeah, oh yeah, because that definitely happens in high MMR games. I think in the game I mentioned earlier with the cheater lobby, True got one hook, and then the survivors started fucking around with him at the end of the game. The one game I watched, with the VAC ban in it, the survivors gave him one hook, and then they just stopped doing gens. He was down to like one gen within like 2 minutes of the game, and then they just stopped doing gens and started fucking around with him. So basically, hubris and ego. He didn't actually. He got like a 2K, but that's because the survivors just fucked around when they could have ended the game and just left. Like that game yesterday with the Ultra Swift cheat lobby that we got on Chapel or Asylum. This is Chapel. On Chapel, those guys had 2 gens. There's 2 gens left, and they had 2 gens 99, and they're working 2 other gens. There might even been more than 2 gens that were 99. They just have a bunch of random gens that are 99 while just fucking around doing shit. And I mentioned before, it's definitely a cheat lobby, and they're just doing random shit while it's chasing down on Nia. Doesn't mean you win at the end if you get pity chases. That's not a win. You can pretend it's a win, but that's not a win because they handed it to you. Fucking pity chases. Yeah, it is. Or when people are stream sniping you. Stream sniping and cheating. Yeah, that also changes the game a lot. Yeah, this is definitely a big deal, especially if they know who they're playing against. You can surely bet that they're going to have this perk. So, unlike kinship, you're going to see a lot more use of this because it doesn't require you to be the one that's on the hook. So, people taking kinship doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get hook camped, right? Whereas, if you're on the team and you just have this, you literally can just go and, I guess, tap it and run away. Yeah, that's pretty fucking broken. That's pretty broken, but I guess that's the way it's going to be, so, yeah. If they have to stand within 6 meters of the hook and play hooksy with me, I'm alright with this, but if all they have to do is drive by and take a protection hit and run away with their overcome, yeah. Like, I literally could see them just running up to the hook, hitting this button, and then they're going to take a hit, probably take a hit, but you won't be able to tell because they might be running by to play hooksy with you, or they might just be running to use as a perk. And if they take a hit, they're just going to run away with overcome probably paired with this and get a huge amount of distance, and you won't be able to catch them at all either. You're fucked. You're out of the hook that you're on, and you're out of the survivor that you could have changed off to chase down. So, yeah, there's this, guys. This is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. Once again, there's multiple ways to play this game. There's normal regression play, which BHVR did a pretty heavy hit to, but still exists. There's hook camping and tunneling. Camping. You can tunnel through any of the ones. You can tunnel with any of the 3 playstyles. So there's regression, there is tunneling, camping, and then there's also slugging. And slugging, you can use a combination of the above, right? And use it with tunneling. It's tactics and strategies that you can use throughout the game. And they've definitely went out of their way to fuck with all of them. We're Gonna Live Forever very much fucks with slugging, although the perk does not seem to be common. It depends an awful lot. So, like, there is a way definitely to build a build to completely, if you know who you're going against, you can definitely fuck them up super hardcore. Because you can build against them, which is another reason that's very important for you not to know who you're going against. It is incredibly important because if they know, they can run fucking things like kinship and reassurance, or if they know you slug, they're gonna run like We're Gonna Live Forever, so other perks. Cooldown. I mean, the cooldown is 40 seconds. There is a cooldown, more cooldown, but it wouldn't matter. Where this, like, 40 seconds isn't that much to begin with because it's 30 seconds. But if you have 2 people, like, it just completely changes the way the perk works. So, like, they have to make it like 80 seconds or something weird. Or maybe allow people to only use it once per hook player. But right now, this is another thing that's going to stack, like endurance stacking was obnoxious. You're going to see this. I really want that 4th player to escape, and which once again is another reason you slug for 4K. How long did that perk last for, too? "90 seconds. 90 seconds after the last guy dies. Third guy dies. I don't know. I guess we'll remain to see. Remains to be seen. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be infinite. Actually, no, it would be infinite. I think with 3 people it would be infinite. Well, that's basically 1 person would be on a hook, so it's 3 people. 2 people, it's not infinite. No, actually, I think even with 2 people, it's infinite, too. Yeah, as long as you overlap the 1 person's cooldown. So 2 people, it's infinite, too. You don't even need a complete pyramid. 2 people will make it infinite. Once again, it depends on whether or not they have to be within 6 meters while this perk is running, or if they can just do a drive-by, which it sounds an awful lot like you can just do drive-bys, which is what makes it broken. I don't know, guys. I'm definitely not... I'm not going to play Regression Dead by Daylight, because that's fucking dead at high MMR. There's no way you can play. One of the reasons I don't do it is because you can't do it. You can't play normally at high MMR. So maybe I'm just going to end up playing Nurse. Or maybe we'll just go back to our Endurance build. We're going to go back to Endurance build, where we're just going to sit in the basement with Bubba or something. Or one-shot Myers. This feels an awful lot like Endurance stacking bullshit all over again. Depending on how common this is, we might switch to Plan B, which is Basement Bubba or Tombstone Myers. Yeah. Or I guess get really good at Nurse. I guess that's their options. So something where they can't just go and completely fuck things up. Even Basement Bubba, like... I'm pretty sure they could probably use it upstairs. I don't know how far 6 meters is. If you're in the basement, they either have to come down the stairs, or they could use it above him. If they can use it from the floor above, then it completely throws it off, right? They just walk over the top of the location. But if they have to come down the stairs, which let's say you hook them on the far side, opposite of the stairs, and they have to come down the stairs to use the perk in the first place, they wouldn't be able to do it. So... it really depends on how far 6 meters actually is, and they might tweak it if they find out it doesn't work on the kill dungeon. Yeah, so I guess Plan B is coming back, guys, which is Basement Bubba or One-Shot Myers, where we just insta-kill people. We're not playing for hooks. There's no way to play for hooks at high MMR. It doesn't work. You can't play for 12 hooks at high MMR. So... I guess maybe the other option is multi-tunnel, which is much less efficient tunneling, and depending if they know what's going on. You can't always multi-tunnel too, because you don't always get line of sight on people, and you don't always know where they are. So if you have 2 people that are death hook, if the team's playing well, they might just hide them forever and you'll never find them. And there's almost nothing you can do about that. Even if you choose to multi-tunnel. Multi-tunneling relies on the enemy team being oblivious to the idea that you can multi-tunnel. Because the moment they figure it out, they just hide their death hook. Yeah, so multi-tunneling doesn't even work. I think what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to end up playing, if this goes live with just drive-bys, which it probably is going to because this doesn't affect everyone, we're probably going to end up playing like, we'll see how common the perk is in the first place. But once again, I think it depends an awful lot on if they know who they're going against. Tombstone Myers or Basement Bubba, or play Nurse. By the way, like tunneling and camping, despite me doing it, is not very common on Twitch. Like from a transparent point of view, so from everyone else, it is not very common, right? If you look at Twitch, there's still people out now recently, not so much, But if you look at Twitch for a long time, there's no one that would tunnel or camp. And I was one of the first people that would tunnel and camp on Twitch. Not that it's new, but rather people want to do it because it's uncouth, and most of the people that watch on Twitch are just Survivor mains, so they want to get that sweet, sweet money, and they aren't going to get it if they tunnel and camp. Yeah. But survivors have made enough of a ruckus about tunneling and camping that it looks like BHVR is directly fronting it. Even though there's already been a perk in the game to deal with it, which is kinship, survivors refuse to run it. Which is kind of fucking weird. We don't talk about kinship because I don't want people to run it, but it's literally a direct counter to tunneling and camping. Kinship only works once, too. I believe. Perks are balanced. The death hook or both hook states? So it works in both hook states? Yeah, so they have to be, a survivor has to be within 16 meters of your hook, and the struggle phase timer is paused for 34 seconds, so only the struggle phase. And within 16, so it only works for one phase, and a survivor has to be within 16 meters for it to work. Which, pretty good. But then they added a broken perk where a survivor can just drive by and add 30 seconds to your timer. Wholesome tunneling and camping, yeah. But high MMR, it just turns into stopping survivors from even playing the game is basically what it comes down to. Is just like going more and more nuclear, just trying to stop survivors from doing anything at all. I haven't used the kill dungeon in a while because basically we don't play during degenerate hour. But that's not really even an option because they can once again just come down, and unless you're playing Bubba, you can't just insta-down them. You probably could with Shape maybe, even without Tombstone. Yeah, I don't know, guys. That's just the way it is. So, upcoming patch, killers are getting fucked on pretty hard. So, you got that to look forward to. Or tunneling camping is getting fucked on pretty hard. Camping is getting fucked on pretty hard, not tunneling. I think maybe what you have to do is you have to encourage people to proxy camp. Encourage people to unhook early. And then unhook early again. So you're not as obviously camping the hook. But once again, that just relies on survivors not knowing who you are, what you're doing, which doesn't work when they know who they're playing against. Oh, guys. Anyways, there's more to the patch than just this, by the way. We covered the perks. Let's take a look at another feature here that's pretty cool is they're properly implementing streamer mode in the game. Yay! Yay! So after 5 years, 6 years now, 7 years. How long has Dead by Daylight been out? 2015, right? 7 years. (2015), right? 2016. So after 6 years, guys, after this game being out for 6 years, they finally added a stream mode to the game. Yeah. Good. So, I don't need to constantly rotate names. I might still need to rotate names once again, because if people have If they have a killer revealer, so they can see the killer's name, they can see your Steam page and shit like that, you might still need to fucking rotate your username, despite the fact that they're not supposed to be able to see it. They might still be able to see your name, so yeah, this helps with casual stream sniping for sure. Basically, they added all the options that Fortnite has, and Fortnite has a pretty good swath of options. I think they covered pretty much everything, which is replaces your account name with your selected character's name for other players. Players in your group will not see your account name. Okay, good. Hide your name replaces your own name with your selected character's name on your own screen. Elsewhere in menus, your account name will appear as you and be hidden from your friends list. Good. So this is when you're in the lobbies in the UE. People can't see your name in the top right corner. That's also good. Hide other players' names replaces other players' names with their selected character names. Also very good. And matchmake delay in case people want to do it. Almost no one uses that in Fortnite because people think it doesn't matter when it definitely does. In this game, I don't think it matters that much because you're waiting on queues anyways, but nice to have regardless. So, they finally added modes that actually matter for streaming instead of just hiding the enemy's username. Because that should be a thing for some reason. I don't know why this wasn't implemented in the first place. It shouldn't have taken that much to replace literally a name variable with you. But here we are, guys. Yeah. So they improved connection indicators too. Not really a big deal, but I guess for some people. Packet loss, ping, this is all stuff. 100 ms is pretty high. And 200 ms is red. So. The weird thing though is they've added indicators for the killer too. So you not necessarily you can see the ping of the killer, but rather now you can see if the killer's having connection issues. Your own ping packet loss icons are displayed above the survivor list. Players are notified when another player is experiencing severe connection issues. Red, yeah, so you can see everyone else. Red for ping and packet loss. So you can't see yellow though, and yellow's generally people that play across the ocean. We run into people frequently that have 105 to 140 ms, pretty much every other game. So weirdly enough, yeah. Killer issues unique red icon appears above the survivor list for survivors, so survivors can now see when the killer's having connection issues to a certain extent. They still can't see your ping. I'm not exactly sure why they hide your ping. When they could put like the killer's username there, but not like the player name, but rather the killer. Just the name of the killer and the ping there. Not exactly sure why they hide the killer ping. That's kind of a weird one. Survivor issues a red bar appears next to their name on the survivor lists. Okay. So more connection, connectivity, transparency. That's all right. That's good. Nothing super amazing there. Nothing out of the ordinary that I, like, wow, this is so great to have. But I guess for some people that might be having problems with their Wi-Fi because their mom turns on the microwave. We occasionally have mom turn on the microwave and then I DC from the game. It occasionally happens. Usually when Ormond pops up in the offering or or Haddonfield, and then mom turns on the microwave because I have anxiety. So yeah, that kind of happens. But yeah, so this is pretty good. But once again, if people are cheating, this might not even matter. And the real big problem in this game is definitely cheating. So regardless of this being in the game, depending on how they hide your username, it might not actually hide your username from the other team. They might still be able to see it or uncover it or something like that. We'll have to wait and see. Sometimes people can get around options like this. We'll see, but it's good to have nonetheless, especially for normal players. 100% happy with this. Okay. It says PC only. Probably because it's hard to implement on console. Because of the way that usernames work on console. Is my guess. PC only includes globes, by the way. Globes are not just console. Globes include Stadia, Epic Store, Windows Store. When people have globes, does not mean they're immediately on console. And there's a lot of people that used to assume, and still do, sometimes incorrectly, that people, if they have a globe, they're on console. It's not true at all, especially when people are cheating. They like using the Epic Store or Windows Store. Cool. Well, tunnelers are going to get hit pretty hard. Once again, it depends on how common the perk is, and we'll have to consider Plan B options, which is just to straight out kill survivors, or just fucking sit in the KD and hope for a 2K. Because you cannot play at high MMR, you cannot just run around randomly, hit survivors, and go, hee hee, oh my god, they heal so fast, guys. Wow, they're healing so fast. Yeah, of course they are. Because they're literally on voice comms coordinating everything, you stupid piece of shit. Yeah. You literally can't just run around hitting random people. It'd be nice if you could, but that's not the way the game works. It's not punishing enough when you hit people for it to actually matter, especially when they have medkits. Which other streamers that do that complain about when they do hit and run constantly. Weird. Hit and run is not a strategy you can do anymore. Would be nice if you could, but it's not. There's too many ways to heal in the game, and overpowered ways to heal in the game. That's even putting aside circle healing. Even prior to that, they still had healing orgies and shit. So, alrighty guys, covered most of this. Yeah, took the majority of the podcast. I guess we're just going to hop right into, let's do a quick YouTube upload. We aren't going to watch any videos tonight. And we're going to upload yesterday's. Yesterday's video. And then we're going to get into Reddits and then in-game. August 8th. Uploading. I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out right now. Wait for that to finish so then we can tweak it. Be right back. Alrighty. What do we got? Okay. This guy, which is yesterday's stream. We'll stream. Rage of Cheaters, cool. Once again, either tomorrow, guys, or the day after, we will be playing a different game. I don't know when the release date actually airs. Schedule done. I don't know when the release date actually airs, so different game, single-player game, guys. Kind of a little bit like Hades and a little bit like The Sims. We'll see. It'll be fun. It'll be different. I don't know if it's a shit game, I'll be playing for a day. If it's more than a shit game, we might be playing for a week. Who knows? Good time to take a breather with the fucking... with reassurance coming up. Wouldn't want to run Kinship. Let's see. Blizzard's launching some skins. Hammond smoking a doobie. Surprised that the moderators didn't instantly cleanse that from the board. Purge it, because marijuana is dirty. Nothing, AMD Reddits. DDR5 6000 memory will be the sweet spot for AMD Ryzen 5 7000 Zen 4 CPUs. We'll offer 1-to-1 Infinity Fabric ratio. Interesting. Rumor. Or it's WCCF though. Cost, guys. New memory, DDR5's new memory, by the way. New memory tends to be very expensive, where Intel CPUs, the 12000 series, had options of DDR5 or DDR4. Like, I'd still opt for DDR4 over DDR5, but there might not be an option, so... Luckily, because the 3D cache technology is being released after the 7000 series, so 7000 3D is going to come out later this year. Probably be time to flush out and figure out what the best option is in terms of memory. How expensive is DDR5 6000, guys? $150 per 16 gigabyte DIMM. It's only going to be DDR5, unfortunately. That's what. Not going to be a chipset for DDR4. I'd totally opt for DDR4 immediately. Expensive as all fucking get out. Oh, actually, no. That's still fucking expensive as shit. A 1 gig DIMM is $120 for Kingston. G-Skill. $270. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, that's 32 gigs. Only a handful of 16 gig DIMMs. 8 gig DIMMs either. I don't want or need 64 gigs of memory. I don't even need 32 gigs of memory. $560? What the fuck's going on here? $460, guys. Oh my god. Can't be this. Is this the cheapest memory? No way. There's only like 5 options for DDR. It could be the memory's relatively new. Maybe in the coming months we might see more releases of memory. I hope. Dollars. Strange reason it jumps up to 32. Oh, this 2x16. These 32 gigs 2x16s? It looks like they are actually. So these are actually kits. They're kits. I hate when they do this. These are kits, so it's 244 for 2 DIMMs. Yeah. 2x8. That's better. That makes more sense, guys. They're kits. 2x16 kits. Alrighty. That's better. That's still really fucking expensive, though. Jesus Christ. Let's see how much, if we look at all memory types, let's see how much, 2x16 is. It's $80. Almost half the price. My memory that I currently have was expensive, but I got very specific memory for my motherboard because it's fast as shit. Has low latency, excuse me. That matters a lot for Ryzen. We're told that DDR5 6400 running at 1:2 ratio will produce poor results and is not recommended if you're looking for best gaming performance. Furthermore, it looks like the X70E and the new chipsets that are coming out, and X70, X670, while designed for overclocking, won't actually be the best memory overclocking motherboards, as those reserved for the B650E chipsets. What? Gigabyte confirmed they'll be offering the Tachyon with 2 DDR5 slots. We'll have to wait some time to see the motherboard in action. Did I mention there's actually bad news to this too? You see the AM4 has been around for almost 5 years now. There are several issues related to Agasa firmware on various motherboards. We also saw the DDR4 memory support wasn't as swift in the beginning, and many revisions had to be made before the platforms entered a stable state. The same is going to be the case with AM5 as a fresh start of DDR5. Is this just an assumption? Yeah, so they just made a hearsay claim at the end here and said that it's going to be the same as old stuff without any reference besides it's the way that it happened before. That's not necessarily the way that always happens with AMD, and it's always not the way that it happens with Intel as well. I'd rather have DDR4 regardless, simply because it's a lot cheaper and there's more options available. But if there's no option, then this is just the way that it is. I don't even think there's DDR4 6000, so... yeah. This is just an assumption based on past performance, and worded as if it was... confirmed. 'Can't get an Infinity Fabric to stay at 2000. You're not supposed to hit 2000. 1800 was what's meant to run at. Complained about not being able to get overclock performance because it bugs him. OCD, guys. OCD. Kind of. $4,000 was never a sweet spot. It was 3,600. Yep, because it's overclocked. Now, why are people quoting an overclock as a sweet spot when it wasn't? It's just as fast as you could go. People like round numbers. $1867, 37, 33 is the most consistent on Zen 3. I think that's what I'm at right now. I couldn't hit 1900 either. Check, guys. Or did I go to 1800? Performance difference wasn't that big, so I might have just jumped back to the old 1800. Default. Not having. I don't think it does. I think I'm at, I think I'm at 1800 anyways for Infinity Cache, or Infinity Bus, whatever it is. Fabric. GB DDR5 6000 with good latency costs as much as a middle range CPU. Yes, it does. Fake. That's crazy expensive. Yes, it is. Hopefully prices will come down in the coming months. Oh. Oh, God. The bare minimum, maybe not, but if you, like, want to go for low latency... Oh, jeez. Zen 3 still worth buying? No, just wait. And it'll be worth more buying when Zen 4 comes out and the prices go down for Zen 3 because it's older. The performance hasn't changed. Rather, the price bracket will once the new CPU comes out, which is why you wait when new hardware is about to release. You don't go and buy something if money's burning a hole in your pocket, guys. Yeah. Alright, DVD Reddits. Let's see how on fire they are right now. I asked my wife on another one of these posts, ask a family member to tell you what you think the name is of this character. Name the Killers, yep. Your opinion on playing the clown during PTB? Why? I guess because you want to play against the new killer. Once again, another reason not to go to the PTB. Ah, never mind. It's a meme. That's a meme. I remember that now. Playing the killer on PTB is a meme. Good. W in a nutshell. Reference here I don't get. There's a guy floating. Okay. And it's an odds reference. Not run TL walls clockwise. Chip post. Why does he hide names with a person's image when you can turn them off in the options? Because this killer's dumb and he never goes to cut him off? Cool. We looking at booties? Male killers? Because they can't sexualize female killers, so they just only sexualize male killers? Check. Good. Yeah. Being tunneled my first game on PTB, what did I expect? Oh. Wesker gets Palace stunned while using his bound. There's a chance he just gets Wraith on cloak speed. Yup. Jiggle physics have returned on more tops than they were on when it was removed. There may be hope for this game yet. Kate and Jane, or do more have them? Imagine fat sacks actually jiggling, guys. Crazy, right? Physics? Yeah. Jiggling boobs are not PC, though. Only butts are can have jiggle physics. Each spray has 2 stacks. Oh, jeez. Almost no mention of reassurance. Reassurance has potential to be pretty good in some situations. Basically, some situations, anyone that hook camps. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Well, we'll highlight the discussion on the patch notes from earlier tonight, and let's get into game, guys. Later on, we'll highlight that. Alrighty. Enough of that. Off we go. Cheerio. Alrighty, guys. Let's see what kind of games we get tonight. How horrible are they going to be? Burned my finger earlier today as grinding faucet attachment down. I just grabbed it. This is being dumb, and I didn't realize how hot it was going to be. One second, guys. Fuck me. Fuck. I forgot to do something I was supposed to do at the beginning of the stream. That was like 2 hours ago. Probably gonna have to dodge a couple lobbies. We'll see how this goes though. Yep, haven't started yet. Gates, we got 0 profiles with class name, clan tag. Next game. Using yesterday. Queues yesterday were very slow, but that could be because we were getting fucked around with. Possible crass name. Correct name. Memer here might be problems. We'll see. Alright. Okay, I'm off for first game, guys. We'll see how this goes. You'll see. Very fast load. Fucking playing for 12 hooks. Fuck that. Fuck that. Like, if they want to make a thing where you literally have to round robin all the survivors, they have to reduce the total number of hooks for the team to like 7 or something before you can start killing people. Actually, no, some will even be high. Guy back on the gen, by the way, I heard him hit it. Burn barrel then? Fucker. Whipped her. Yep, she's gonna immediately drop. Not exactly sure what she's doing. I guess she's memeing. Hey, buddy. Would you like to take a protection hit? No? Okay. Forgot to take off my speed zombies. Such is the way. Looks like he's getting on the gen in front of us now. Tap this guy's gen. Double back. There's 2 people here. Okay. Comes. There he goes. Break my zombie. Oop. That zombie's broken in front of us. Goes. Right, just gonna let her hang now. Guys. Excuse you. I need this. Hi. Walking through my character. They both leave? All 3 of them here? It's there. Okay. Not giving you a free speed boost. He's dead. The zombie in front of me really needs to be taken care of. Relatively normal game so far. This guy needs to get out of here. Probably in the basement is my guess. Aggression. Down the front right one. Close to phase 2, so we're gonna wait. I'm halfway to phase 2. He's skulking. Eve. Broken again. Buddy. Okay. And we know where the last guy is. Buddy. Bolt. Can't make that. And dead. Yeah, it's like the fucking weird geometry at the bottom of the trees that get stuck on it. And BHVR can fix it. But BHVR apparently can't program a simple fucking Roomba, so here we are. Roombas can fucking get around everything in your house. Occasionally they need to be rescued, but even like a simple despawn will allow you to fix this shit. Wait for 4% deliverance. So first game of the night, guys, pretty fucking normal, isn't it? Pretty fucking normal. Oh. We'll see how it goes, though. Think he actually has power struggle flip-flop, guys? I don't think he is unbreakable. Guess we'll wait for David to die, and then close hatch. Easy one, a normal one. People, like I said, cheating is very common. Escaping cheaters means you have normal games. People doing normal shit, you can actually see them. They don't just teleport behind a wall and then just all of a sudden out of nowhere just unhook behind you. You actually have to cross the map. Oh. I don't know if it's a dead spot as much as, like there's a hook over there. As much as, flip-flop power struggle. He might just be faking it. Either way, I don't care as long as I kill him, so. Hatch regardless. Buddy. Even if we find the hatch, like, I don't know if I'm going to close it because of adrenaline. We're too far away from him. Unless we get line of sight on gates. I actually have no fucking idea where the hatch is, guys. Fucking weird. I guess it could be further in the corner on the left or right there. Actually, I have no idea where the hatch is, guys. That's really weird. Went through center. Oh yeah? Well, I guess that's the way it is. Good. OTR? What do we got? You can't even say survivors. Survivors is censored. Ah. Yeah, so relatively normal game. This is what normal survivors look like, guys. Uh-huh. Sanjo, he was just pretending like he had power shuttle. I assumed he didn't because he didn't move there right away, but safe than sorry, guys. Yeah. Good. The game's going pretty good so far. We've only had one though, so. And TTV. if I play a first-person shooter, it's not going to be Counter-Strike. Maybe Apex. Apex has a lot of cheating in it, too, though. I don't think it's next to impossible. Once you get up to high enough level play, you're just going to run into cheating constantly. So, I'd rather play Apex, though, in terms of just fun games. Bobby? What's a Survivor challenge? I thought that was just a... Poor man? Good. But yeah, it's kind of a shame that we stopped playing first-person shooters right about the same time I got fiber. It's like preordained that I was going to lose. My soul was going to be crushed, and I was just going to stop playing first-person shooters right when I got fiber. It's supposed to be installed like 2 years earlier than it was, and I wanted it much earlier than that. Let's break our cuck door, guys. In this game, latency doesn't really matter that much. You can play on cable, you can play on fiber, it doesn't matter. Right, gen. Probably intentional because it's center gen. Fast. Missed you. Beautiful. Ran right into the zombie. It was there when she went through, too. Window? Yep. And she fucked the pooch. Waiting for me to whip. They were central gen. We'll see if that's still being worked on. That hook's actually better. If it's going to take more time, we aren't going to do that. Pretty nice hook. Hey, guys. Here, let me tap this for you. Yeah. Now I have my outpost to look out from. Bill's probably going to be finishing a gen soon. Let's actually bait her more so she goes and taps that. Most done gen is actually that one. You tap it. It does. Not getting close enough. Left. There's two. Yep. Alright. Tapping back. You gonna unhook now? Did not. Tapped? No tap. We just saw the Nia. Cheryl, excuse me. Tap back. She's gonna unhook. Outside. That's not the way that works. Yes, she has it. Nope. Enough time to get over to the gen that the Bill was working on. Right on cue. Is this Cheryl? Yep. Yes. Good job, Bill. You body blocked her. That's great. Good job. Then we have the hook on the other side of the gen on Central here. Okay. We might actually have wanted to go to the Central hook because I think she's in Maine. Not. Back. They must be on that corner. Actually, corner gen's gone. They have far gen. Bill? Intentional. I think the other chick's working gens. Let's give her incentive to get off. I don't think this is coordinated. The one she sees, is that her? Yep. So she saw the guy get hurt and she thought the guy was in a chase, which we're using the intel to actually get her over here. To get her off the gen so we have more time on the gen. Because she thought that I was going to go into a chase with her. When in fact I was just hitting him as a distraction to get her off the gen. So these guys are solo. Well, actually, they aren't solo because they are running Flans and Party Streamer. Not good coordination either way. Wait for phase 2. Most done gen is inside, and we still have a 3 gen, so. Check to make sure Bill's here. I think they're just going to try powering gens. Lots of stuttering. She's in Maine. That gen's deadlocked, though. We're just probably going to wait for her to die. Bill's on the other side of the cars. The distraction Bill's still there on the other side of the cars, so they're actually trying to make a coordinated play right now. They don't have enough time to do that gen, though. That was a grab, by the way. It seemed decided no, though. And she ran into a stuck zombie. Hilarious. DS? We'll go to the zombie? No DS. Bill's still on the ground, by the way. Not sure why she took so long to pick up Bill. Bill apparently was not ready to be picked up. Uh-huh. He is huge. That hitbox was absolutely ginormous. You could, like, literally see me circling around her. Hey, buddy. Think our friends toggled? They might have. That was a bigger than normal hitbox on her earlier guys when she was body blocking. And quiet, I guess. Put noise on her. Keep running this. Back. Bill? Yep. Seems fast and stuttery, for whatever reason. Good. No way for a 4% of deliverance? Good. Give her a lick. Oh, yeah. Now let's see if we can find Bill. If we wanted to be sweatier, we obviously would have bled out Bill. But we aren't doing that. Expedite things. Or actually, maybe not. Behind me. We talked about hatch spawn being like 180 degrees opposed to you. We aren't going to... Let's hatch because of adrenaline. Wait to see if we can find Bill. Otherwise... Unless we see exactly where the gates are. I think the gates are on opposite sides of the map, so it's not an option. Second gate anyways, one's there. Oh no, we couldn't find Blue. Oh god, we couldn't find Hatch either, guys. Bill did not have adrenaline. Definitely a 4-man. 3 of them are running windows. There's a 4 of the people in it. A boon that they never got off. Ourselves. Adrenaline on Nancy. No unbreakable for a reset. Weird. Behind main building. Well, too late to check now. Bill's dead because of you. Putting aside he would have died anyways, but you know. Good. Yeah, so the only weird thing, Nancy had some like weird sticky stuttering shit you guys could see there where she was juddering around in front of me. But didn't seem that fast compared to other people, so not like a speed hack. There's definitely something fucking weird going on with her hitbox, though. Like, she was super sticky when I was trying to get around her. You could literally see the distance around me that I was circling. That was bigger than her actual character model. By, like, maybe 20%. Like, you could actually see me hitting a width of something that was bigger than her model. Like, I actually sat there and went around her a little bit to get a feel of it, while looking down so you could see what I was running into. Which, I know that's a cheat, but that's really the only thing that was kind of weird. And I take a piss, guys. Beard back. Pretty much. Depends on what's going on. One of the things you notice when you're streaming and looking at your main screen is like basically how fast the box on your side and your peripheral moves. And if it doesn't really move a whole lot, you don't really look at it that much. Depends on what's going on, though. Oh. Oh yeah, chat only gives helpful info. Always only gives helpful info. And backseats the fuck out of you if you read it too much. It's like he's reading my message. He's reading my message. What else can I say? What else can I say? Backseating isn't nearly as bad as it used to be, though. Like you'd have, I think it has a lot to do with like the demographic on Twitch maturing, and people figuring out what's kind of good decorum and not. We just got a really, really long queue into a really sus name lobby with a bunch of people with 0 prestige characters and rank 1. Memer. Almost no hours. Eggs. Good. How's your evening going? Ready for some lovely hook camping? Tunneling? Mm-hmm. Always skeptical of the guy that starts out with, "How's it going, bud? Pal? Friend?" Uh-huh. Master Q. Globes. I forgot to change my... Yeah, it does. I do it great. I'm very friendly. I'll even give them some tentacle licks while sitting there. Yeah. We'll let them pretend that they can rescue someone, too. Best stream name was Totally Wholesome Tunneling and Camping. Oh. We'll go with it. We'll see if we regret, guys. Cheaters love hiding behind globes, though, so... Last couple nights, we have had a shitload of cheating. We'll see how tonight goes. So far, so good. Azrovs. Oh my god, Mom turned on the microwave. Fucking weird. Oh geez, guys, my game crashed. God, Mom and her microwave, guys? Oh no, it interrupts my Wi-Fi sometimes. So fucking weird. Played me in the... It would be really weird if you played against me and dropped me a follow. That's really weird. Because I always tunnel and camp. And I constantly rotate my usernames too, so... Yeah. I know, Mom, like, I just get anxiety and she can feel it just upstairs watching Wheel of Fortune, and she just goes and turns on the microwave and just has to make a TV dinner or something. So the reason I dodged that, by the way, was because of the Azarov's key. As we mentioned before, for some strange reason, out of all the maps, Azarov's isn't super rare, by the way, but out of all the maps, it seems like when you dominate a squad and do really well, when you start getting into sus lobbies, they'll send you to exactly the same map you just did it really well in. For whatever reason, it's like they're watching your stream and they got to show you good on the map you just played. So I'll usually dodge those if people try to duplicate the map I just last played. Sometimes it's just coincidence. That was an Alt F4. That was end task. Wait, I mean microwave. Ah, well, good. I mean, I generally don't go out of my way to argue with people unless they start shit with me. The exception being when people are very blatantly, like, cheating. I know it's not rage cheating, but when they're super blatantly cheating, that gets under my nerves. They just, like, start fucking around with you. We had a game like that yesterday. Just, like, all the gens were 99 in the map and shit like that. And they just ran around taking protection hits constantly. But normally, I will, start a conversation, but I won't, like, I don't BM. BM people, like, people think, like, hook camping and tunneling is, BM, but it's not. It's just another strategy to win. Tunneling and camping is a strategy to win. Nothing new. I don't hate survivors in any way, shape, or form. But good. If you, you didn't get a negative thing out of that, I don't try to be negative. People just infer negativity. People with Korean names. Someone with a Korean name that's... bunch of people with Korean names, or kanji, one of the two. We tried using kanji names, that was a horrible idea. That just encourages people to cheat against you. Always subtle cheating. Try out Wesker? No. He looks like, kind of like maybe like a ghetto nurse. Not super amazing. It's going to have a lot of problems with pre-drops and Windows. Not as strong as something like Cannibal that can kind of do something very similar. Yeah, I saw that as well. Oh, we didn't talk about that during the patch note discussion, did we? Yeah, they did that. That was announced a while ago, though. I think they could have actually just made it better just by, like, changing the hallway layouts. Would have made the map much better, and it could still have been the same size. Remove a lot of the garbage where people can just... RPD is a very survivor-side map, because there's a lot of places people can play stealth, and you'll never see them. And there's way too many dark corners. Not against it. There's a lot of ways they could have fixed RPD, though. Yeah, cheaters, survivor cheaters, almost 99.5% of cheaters will not be rage cheaters. So rage cheaters are people fly around, spam health states, just literally just like sit there and scream constantly throughout the map, firework, launching shitloads of fireworks, 60-second stuns. That's rage cheating. Rage cheating is incredibly uncommon because cheaters know that they're a fucking joke. And they don't want to be a joke. They want to be the cool kid that runs a killer for 5 minutes, right? You know, and gets 5 gen runs. They don't want to be the joke. They want to be the cool kid. Yeah. Pepsi, cheer Pepsi. RPD has a lot of god palettes. It is, yeah. I was thinking about that. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Our queues are getting longer for some reason, despite our games being relatively around the same time period. Our queues went to almost instant to now about 2 to 3 minutes. A lot of subtle hacking is the main thing. People running like a 105% speed hack, speeding up gens. We had a Claudette yesterday that literally just teleported away when she went around a corner after a friend took over the chase, and also took an endurance hit even though she didn't have anything that would give her one. Like even then, that's like basically like rage cheater territory, but they'll try to mask it in some way. Big offenders in this game though are speed hacks and then increasing your action speed. Action speed also includes things like vaulting. Vaulting faster than normal. Corner boost is another big one. Corner boost is relatively rare compared to just a speed hack, though. Corner boost is when they get a boost of speed when they're around corners, so they're out of line of sight of you. And Swiftfold? It's insanely hard to get a 5-gen game without the killer giving up. What does that mean? Mean without you finishing the game? Not sure what happened to our queues here, guys. They just went to absolute shit super fast. Very weird. Prestige 0. Meme. Definite memer. Okay. Keep forgetting to change my objective, guys. Yeah. Streamer mode? So even if there was going to be a replay mode, we've talked about this before, even if there would be a replay, like it's not one of those things where you can go back and look at how fast someone's running. The only thing it would help you find is people that are like blatantly cheating on somewhere on the map that you can't see. So if you could look at the gens and see them like going like this or something like that, or teleporting when they're behind stuff. So people will teleport. They won't teleport in front of you. They'll teleport behind stuff around your side. It used to be pretty common earlier this year was teleport flashlight. They stopped doing that. That was big in December and January. Lots of teleport flashlights where people would teleport and flashlight you just right out of the corner of your eye. And they make no sound. You never see them. They just appear out of nowhere. Oh. You mean just someone that gets run for... It was sarcasm. That was... At high MMR, assumedly, they just give up on the chase. If I see someone that's running too fast, I'll assume that they're cheating, and I'm just going to leave the chase. Preemptively. But then you get the fucking cheaters that start doing stupid shit where they don't toggle on their cheats until they're, like, on death hook or something weird, where you're committed. Or partway into the chase, you'll see them speed up. Generally behind something, they'll start getting faster. Makes it more difficult to suss them out. The dumb ones, though, you can see them just, like, running around. They'll turn faster than normal, too. You can only turn fast in the game. Your character's like a tank, if you guys didn't know that. There's only a certain speed at which your character can rotate. This is a shit spawn because they can be on either side of the map. And they're generally, if they're over here, they're going to wait for me to leave before they touch gens, if they're good. Just walk in front of me. Got to take off speed zombies again. God pallet immediately. Oh, that was a beautiful whip drag. That is beyond beautiful. She has no fucking idea what just happened to her. As it should be. That was a dirty whip drag. Put her off. How the fuck did I hit that guy? I have no idea. This is a god pallet. She should have dropped us now. And down. It's too long. Felt like she was slightly fast there. Might be corner boost too. I don't think we're going to be able to make that gen. We're going to try for it, though. No. This one's a little bit too close. Yep. Maybe not. I decided to leave the gen. Looks like unhook. Unhook. No. Just do. Second most done gen is actually not in that room. Cam off, guys. A sweater. Ready for phase 2? Phase 2. Unhook her. No? Okay. Pressing. Twisted a 4% too, which is even better for us. Second most done gen is right there. We're gonna wait for her to die now. And dead. She just unhooked while the guy was dead, guys. You see that? See the hook stayed on the screen? And legged out. As you guys just saw, I just put an invisible survivor on the hook. Got something fucking weird going on there, guys. Oh. Okay. Got something really fucking weird going on here, guys. Now we're gonna wait it out and see who's unbreakable. Hey, look at the dead guy on the hook right now. Isn't that fucking weird? It's almost like there's something weird going on here, guys. Yep, they did. Because the guy died. And somehow I think they probably used a leg switch. And the guy unhooked him with like a 300 ms ping. Yep, that's why we sat here, guys. So a play to make there is an unbreakable play. That's when she scoots over to the hook like that, she's... Oh. There she is. Girls. Case with an invisible survivor. Yeah, that was kind of sus, a little bit sus, and we got a dead spot here now. I would have actually chased her down if we didn't hear that other survivor. If I didn't hear the... was it Cheryl or whoever ran past me on the side, I would have chased down the Meg. But because we knew all three survivors were, we immediately went for her. RNG for Hatch. And it spawned behind me again. Alright. Lots of weird shit. Let's see if we have power circle flip flop. Nope. And she's dead. Give her a lick. Oh yeah. Num num. We heard her. That's the kid, I believe. That's pretty rare, but it occasionally happens, and it's really fucking sus when that happens because she actually died. She shouldn't have gotten unhooked at all. Good. Get bad. Yeah, that was sus as shit. Those games were not super long, though. So. F2 Unbreakables? They did. It's Soul Guard, though. Oh, she touched the survivor. Wait, why didn't Soul Guard work for her? Got off the ground, right? The Zarina got off the ground and then immediately picked up the Meg. Do you lose endurance states from conspicuous? Yeah, you do, don't you? It's not just the perk. So she touched the survivor on the ground and immediately lost conspicuous action. And immediately lost Soul Guard because she tapped the survivor on the ground. And I timed it between, not intentionally by the way, timed it between when she got off the ground and I hit her when she touched the survivor, which still wasn't enough time to pick her off the ground. Or she wasn't healed, one of the two. Because there's a little sliver that you actually have to make up for when you pick up a survivor. That you have to actually mend them. And if you can't get that sliver off, then they don't get off the ground. So, it looks like at the end there... No comment on the guy that was invisible on the hook. Maybe it was just me. Invisible on the hook or the guy that was on the ground. By the way, even in a situation like that, they still have options. I don't know why the guy killed himself on the hook. But stack team guys got a styptic here too. We'll highlight this. Can't be too stingy with the highlights. It was a pretty good game. Managed the hook pretty well. And then just let the Meg go. They really thought I wanted to kill the Meg when in fact I had 3 slugs, so I had a hook and 3 slugs to manage. But there was a way they could have played that and actually had a much better chance of surviving, and they had a relatively decent amount of gens that were done too. Not what we were looking for. Survivor. Grip sucks my dick. Have some here, win and finish. Glyph challenge. Coup de grace! Survivor glyph. Light challenges in there too. Okay. Yeah, that was that's pretty weird. Pretty weird. When stuff like that happens, it's pretty sus. Like I mentioned before, I don't think it's actually like not common knowledge, but when you tap, like when you go into the hook animation to unhook someone, I'm pretty sure it pauses the hook timer. So when they go to like unhook them like this, the timer won't actually move. But she was definitely in the death state when she got unhooked. Then we've had that happen before. It's usually pretty rare, and it usually happens in really sus lobbies. Craft's name. Good. I have zero respect for people, anyone cheating in any way. It's video games, scumbag is a scumbag. Yep. It's the way life works. If I think people are cheating, I just report them and I move on. It doesn't become a big discussion. I generally don't go sit there and like look at replays for 30 minutes or something. I just report people and I move on. I do my due diligence and that's it. Whether or not it's true or not, you're going to get false positives no matter what. You won't be able to make your chat see your way all the time. It's just the way that it works. In this game, it is incredibly easy to cheat at, unfortunately. My job to ascertain whether or not people are definitively cheating. Person playing a game. That's the developer's job. They're the ones that have to pay people to do that, assumedly. More than likely, it's just customer service. It's the people that answer tickets are figuring out whether or not people cheat. Subjectively figuring out whether or not people cheat. It's usually the way it goes. It's been like that since, like, what, fuck, H1Z1? I think it's the first time I heard about that. Hearing about them having their customer service department answering tickets for cheating. Not the developers. Not a dedicated department to it. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not just Dead by Daylight or BHVR. Like, as an industry, there needs to be an overall like movement towards anti-cheat, so people can share methods and ways of catching cheaters with other developers, so they can all kind of work together and crowdsource, I guess you could say, or decentralize anti-cheat effort. Because one game developer can't just take on all the workload from cheating. They all do the same thing. It's like Fortnite has its own anti-cheat, and Apex made its own anti-cheat, and VAC is garbage, and Overwatch and Blizzard has its own anti-cheat. But, you know, for small companies like BHVR, even though it's something that they should keep track of, like basic verification and validation in their game so you can't fucking have 2 killers in a match, they're still a smaller company compared to something like Epic or Blizzard. Something that shouldn't even it should never be possible to have 2 killers in the same game. The very fact that that even can happen in the first place just shows how broken the game is. 4070 Ti seems to be... So, rumor was that it was going to be roughly 2 times the performance of this current generation, so that would be about on par with it. The next generation is supposed to be about 2 times as fast, and if you compare, like, let's say a 3070 compared to a 4070, it's probably twice as fast. Obviously, diminishing returns at the top, so like a 4090 isn't going to be that much faster. 4080, yeah, it's worth waiting. It's worth waiting. Whether or not it's true or not, even it's like 1.75 times faster, 1.5. That's still pretty good. Crotus, guys. Let's break your cuck door. Still pretty good, still worth waiting on. I skipped a generation for video cards because of crypto, and honestly, like, this game, like, I'm locked at 118 FPS because BHVR implemented a soft cap. Intentional? Maybe. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I feel like we've done this. You gonna drop? You should have dropped us now. Hey, buddy. You gonna do it again? You gonna drop this time? No. Yeah. Not sure why he left. Wasn't he showing me the goods out there? Beautiful. I think they're on that far gen where the zombie was and just fucked off. There's 2 people here. Unfortunately, we don't have any good hooks. Go here. I would like to go that further hook, and we might be able to make that, but it's not worth it. Yeah. That's bait, or the person left? Tap to mark this. Jen is over there. Aim to rescue. Phase 2. Rescue. Jonah should have went for rescue just now. Beautiful. 10 seconds. She just left. We're gonna wait for phase 2. Yeah, Jonah. Oh, this is definitely not what to do. Thanks, guys. That was not the call. Seems faster than normal behind corners. This one fades too for some reason. Friend here seems faster than normal. Got a break. On W key now. Pretty sped up. W key. OTR. Escort. Fucked up. Volt. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. Notice how much he's veering back and forth and it's not actually cutting speed for him? A W key. I should have hit just now. Run him into the zombie. Good. Pretty sure he toggled, guys. Very certain. Yeah. Yep. He definitely toggled. This is a shit boy. And then we just zombied him. Eating piece of shit, guys. He definitely toggled after first hook. He was sus at the beginning, but toggled later on, too. That took way too long. He had corner boost and was also gaining speed. Gain speed in general. And we fucked him. Absolutely oblivious to zombies because he's not actually that good. Runs really fucking fast and speeds up behind corners, which completely throws you off. Notice how much faster we caught this guy, and on a TL. What really fucked me up earlier was when I was trying to time the TL with him, and he was in the wrong spot. Comparatively. To where he should have been in the loop. Go check our other gens. Pretty sure I saw something over there, but I'm not sure on that. I don't have time to check it out. We marked this earlier. Mark again, no progress. In the match. Mark again. Here. It's off to the side. So there's someone in kill shack still. These are the 3 gens we care about though, so. Guy in here. Okay. Pebble. Looked like he's right on top of the gen. Phase 3. Fast. Gonna do long window loops. Long windows are what cheaters generally do because it gets them the most distance. So they just keep doing it over and over and over until it closes. Suck my dick, bitch. Another long window loop? Nope. That's not the play. Other guy's definitely on the gen in front of us right now. Okay, tap. Marker for sound. I want that glyph. I'm pretty sure we saw surrender and BM at the same time. Good. Alright. I think the other guy has Unbreakable? Let's find out. One of our zombies is broken. Actually... we'll wait for 4% of deliverance. Oh yeah, give her some licks to the Tootsie Pop. Oh yeah. How many licks does it take, guys? And the first guy that was cheating was the James. That's the guy that actually joined after another guy left. Just went back to the kill shack. Good. Is there an offering here for that? Hatch generally is more likely to spawn a kill shack, but not always, based on experience. Trying to get it with the tip. Where you get just barely, you don't reach it, and then you actually push into it with walk speed. So you tickle them with the tip after it lands. Not the tip of the land, but after the lands. Go away. So the squad was normal. That James was definitely not normal. Once again, still surprising we do not see more OTRs. You'd assume OTR would literally fucking be everywhere, and it's not. Like, at the very least, there's a BT, by the way. At the very least, everyone would be running OTR, right? And they aren't. I think survivors have so many options, they're just confused on what they should actually be doing at this point. They just, like, random stuff until a Twitch streamer tells them otherwise. They're just doing whatever the fuck they want. Kindred's in here, though. Next game. Yeah, definitely worth waiting. Next video card is going to be pretty good. Same thing with the next processors. Mainly the 3D cache is going to look very spiffy. Okay. Let's just keep doing speed zombies. I like speed zombies, but we're going to run out eventually. Because BHVR nerfed add-ons. Do 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 do. Happy Tuesdays, guys. We wait. Now we wait. Hmm. Do 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 do. Never heard that one before. Got a memer. Rose. And missing survivor. I said it seems like the faster they go now, the more likely they are to get stuck. We haven't done a combination of aggro zombies and normal zombies. Why are we missing two? Bobby? Change it up. Do the aggro speed mix, which generally isn't very good because it's like the jack of all trades. But maybe they won't get stuck and stop moving. Yeah, and like the rest of the Nemesis add-ons just fucking suck, so there's like no reason to run any of it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why that's sus, is because they just stop moving. Yeah, it's kind of fucking weird. Like, they don't just, like, they aren't just on the other side, they just don't move. You're talking about the ones that just stop by the gen? I think that's bullshit. Like, not like bullshit that it happens, but rather I think that's survivor bullshit. Cheating of some kind. Disable the zombie next to the generator when it's about to fuck with them. We've seen it before where the zombies get, like, corralled, like, they go to, like, a certain spot on the map, you respawn them, they go to the same spot again. This is Smurfs. Last name. Definitely a 4-man. That's the question, is whether or not it's just broken coding or if it's actually a cheat. And then figuring out which is intentional and which isn't. Broken stuff tends to be rather sporadic, depending on how it works. Unless you can figure out the trigger conditions for it happening in the first place. But if they haven't fixed it by now, it generally means it's not an easy to find bug, which means either it's a bug or it's actually intentionally breaking it. I need to oil my chair, guys. You hear the creaks? Yeah. I need to get a new chair is what I really need to do, but I haven't taken time to look at it. Getting towards the night, guys, so queues get slower, and we're more likely to run into cheaters because of degenerate hours. Random Korean name. I feel like I should dodge this. I think we're going to take it, though. Sake of having another game. Of course, zombies are broken. There's a lot of things that break. There's a lot of bugs in the game. I'm not saying there aren't bugs. There can also be things that get broken because of cheats. They create bugs because it's not the way the game's programmed to work. Like, the very fact that you can have 2 killers in the game and your games just don't all crash is ridiculous. Might have been at one point that they did that at just crash games and they figured out how to fix the fix or break BHVirus coding so it doesn't crash games. Stuff happens that's completely outside of the ordinary. Games will usually just like shit the bed depending on how they're programmed. Might only partially break, or it might trigger something that happens weirdly. It's a bug? Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Just because it's called a bug doesn't mean it's actually a bug. Because it's better than admitting it's an exploit or cheat. I've never had the bug happen to me, so I don't know. I've never seen it happen to any other killer streamer. Alrighty. Oh, it's like the new. Eerie. Okay. Was it the PC player that DC'd us? Mom turned on the microwave for her for some reason. There's nothing in the add-ons that should have caused her to do that. Friends. Which if someone's cheating and gets into their lobby, I guess technically wouldn't be that different than kill your friends? So it makes me wonder if you're getting stuck in cheater lobbies, like intentional cheater lobbies, pre-made cheater lobbies, when you see a killer in your lobby. Oh. I think that's different than the cheats where people are getting into... Yeah, I think that's a little bit different. That's just how it's organized. I don't think that's 2 killers, is it? Actually, it might be 2 killers. We have... Queen? VIP? Definitely pre-made. Weeb? Generally, we don't get queens. Mainly because that's like a mid-MMR thing. Because they don't generally get that high on MMR. Queens are VIPs, so people that they fawn over usually a female love interest, in which the entire group is formed around them. Will go out of their way to protect them no matter what. Leads them to do really stupid shit, which you can capitalize on. That's an old tech. That kind of went the way of the dodo after MMR was instituted. Still occasionally get them, though. Why ban you? What does that mean? Good. Gideon. Game we get, guys. Ah, because it's the game. Ah, I'm so punny. tap this for you guys. Has to be 3 people in here. Good job. Wow, that leg. That is something on another planet. This too, by the way. Wow. Incredibly leggy. Holy shit. Ready to go back down? I think there's 2 people here. Yes, there is. Hey, buddy. Really take a protection hit? Too late. There was 3 people here. I think he's either hiding on the other side of the divider or in a locker. Got a beautiful strategic hook right next to a gen. Not on hooker now? I don't think you can. Can't get around me either. Uh-huh. There we go. Go for it, Dwight. Good. There's 2 people here, though. Actually want to, I'm just gonna drop him. I don't want to give up the hook. I'd have unbreakable. Have unbreakable, guys. Let's find out. Guy right in front of us. Like he is unbreakable, that's why he went back to the hook. Trying to communicate with smoke signals, and I'm a bad person. White definitely has unbreakable. That's why he's over here. If he doesn't have unbreakable, he should actually crawl away. Okay. We're out of wiggle time on him, so that's why we left. Oh, yes, please. Beautiful whip drag. Okay. Just ran to the vault. Push him outside. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Bo is okay. Another strategic gen. Both downstairs. Get up here now. God. Oh my god. Yarn. Fuck that up. rather not go to basement. We're gonna have to. Probably intentional. Someone's going for unhook right now. Not the Michaela. At least I heard someone. Could be they're upstairs. Yeah, I think she was above me. Wait. For kill confirm. Good. And dead. Check her gens. See where hotspots are. Obviously, Michaela's upstairs. And there's Dwight. Buddy. And, is he actually outsmarting the zombie right now? No, he's right on the other side here. Okay. Scratch marks for some reason. He seems leggy too. Free drop. Side. No, he fucked up. And Zombie Chan downstairs. That's too ambitious. There we go. And Michaela's working the top gen center. I'm pretty sure there's a pre-made, so she might have went downstairs to finish that guy's gen. No, she's still here. Yep. Oh, she went through the other side. Oh, well, that sucks. She's going for pickup now. Not go for pickup? She didn't go for pickup, guys. She did. She just went far. Alright, now it's Dwight's turn. She waited there, so she might actually have Unbreakable. Stop the gen. Just went for cutoff and he just double backed. W key, guys. Taking forever for us to catch up to him. Buddy. There we go. Good. Pretty uneventful game, guys. Normal, normie squad. Behind a wall. Yep. 4% deliverance now. Don't worry, I don't need to watch you poop. It's fine. Some survivors don't want 4% when you're looking at them because, you know, it makes them nervous, like pooping. So, gotta look away, and they'll do it. I think there's one downstairs over here. Now RNG for Hatch. Good. What is? See where Michaela is. And we aren't going to risk adrenaline. This map 100% would get out. If they play the gates properly, they 100% can get out because they're always on the opposite side of the map from each other. Probably sitting in a handle right now with adrenaline. All the glyphs? I think we only got 3 and we needed 4. For sure she's sitting in an exit gate handle right now. Otherwise, we would have found her downstairs wandering around. I couldn't find the gate, guys. A lot more glyphs. And there's adrenaline. Right. Yep, so she was waiting by a gate. Desperate measure, soul guard with no unbreakable. That's kind of weird. I guess she's used to being picked up off the ground. This is the queen, by the way. Also not the first person we tunneled. This is the first person we tunneled. Very laggy. Soul guard, no exponential, no unbreakable. No, we're gonna live forevers. Very weird. And played around that adrenaline perfectly. Right, good. Ah, I love a good normal game, guys. Good. It almost encouraged me to play someone like Legion. Like, I almost want to go play Legion because of a game like that. I'm like, shit, man, if it's that easy, I can actually play Legion and do somewhat decent. And then we get a cheater lobby. Actually, tonight we've been relatively well. It doesn't feel like we've gotten any targeted cheating so far. Yeah, get those gens done. Prove Thyself seems to be more common after the patch than it was prior to the patch. I think that's just because it's a tried and true people are going back to. Uh-huh. Good, good. I see. Relatively normal looking. Kind of makes me feel bad when we run into a normal lobby and then I just destroy the shit out of them. Normally we go against Ultra Swifts or Super Swifts, and tonight's been pretty chill. Well, I've dodged a lot of lobbies too, so we don't actually know if that's true or not. And we've had a couple sus lobbies. Eerie. It's actually been a long time since I played Eerie. Just thinking about that. It's actually been a really long time since we've played Eerie. It just hasn't popped at all. Same thing with Ormond. Although I usually dodge Ormond, we haven't seen a lot of Ormond. We haven't seen a lot of RPD. RPD tends to be more rare to begin with. What else have we seen in a while? Need a new game to play? What are you looking for, multiplayer or single player? We're going to play a new single player game, by the way, either later today or tomorrow. It depends on how the release schedule works for the game. I'm not telling you what it is, but it's going to be a single player game, guys. Kind of like Hades, a little bit of Sims built in. Should be fun. Progression based, but also roguelike. That's actually, Hades did a really good job of what they fucking did. I'm not a big fan of roguelikes, but I think Hades is basically one of the best games, roguelike games you can play. Just straight up. Not only is the storylines fun and interesting, but the gameplay itself has a lot of room for options and detail in terms of how your play style. Very, very cool game. Let's go break a cuck doors. I saw a guy on the right just now. Cucks, or they've cuck you. Back right, Jen. That's interesting. Drop me here too? You should. Yep. Thank you. It looks like when you don't have your phase 2 whip right away, they try to pre-drop, or groups will try to pre-drop you early. Someone was on main. I don't know why she didn't vault just now. Kind of weird. We're just going to secure it with a punch. We're going to go back to our favorite side hook on the building, just like on Ormond. Oh, Ormond has one too. Temple. It's a very accessible hook for us. We're gonna tap. We're gonna go back hook. Zombies broken in the open. Spawn broken. Tapped it. This is Bill. Tap again. Double back. That's second most on Jen. Phase 2. PT. Alright. DS if she has it. No. We're just gonna go right here. Job, Zombie Chan. Wonder how, what the aggressive mixed with the speed on the zombies feels like for survivors. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job. She missed a skill check. Lost aggro. Pressing. Job, Zombie Chan. No confirmed death. Not sure what that was. 90... What? 99 sprint burst? That was a really slow sprint burst. What the fuck was that? That was really weird. Not sure what we just saw there. Jen was with Zombie earlier. We're going to go over here. Almost done. Jen was actually the one she was working on earlier. There wasn't anyone here. I live for multiplayer games? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's most multiplayer games now. You have to stick with it, or the game punishes you. Prevent people from doing stupid shit and just leaving whenever they want. Yeah. Come on, zombie. What the fuck was that? See if she has DS now. I don't think... Most people don't have DS. It's getting very rare. Unless you run into a squad gameplay, most people do not have DS. She's not on Death Hook, by the way. So we're just going to take her for a stroll. Because this allows us to get to a closer Gen. Like right over here. Hey, buddy. We can drop her, because she has no wiggle time, by the way. Now we can pick her back up, because she has no wiggle time, by the way. Pretty sure she's not dead. She is dead. I didn't realize she went phase 2. Ah, okay. That would explain why she wasn't actually wiggling. That was a huge waste of time. Sprint burst. Something feels off about speed she's moving at. Have to break it. So if you dropped just now, she would have dropped, and then she would have double backed up and vaulted the pallet. So you have to drop, or you have to break the pallet, excuse me. Or you get punished for not doing it. And Bill will pop the gen. Let's go to Bill's gen, which we know he's on. He's desperately trying to finish right now. Breakable, we'll see. Left immediately after tapping the gen. Yes, you did. There's pickup. Drop. Here's my basement. Alright, that's not going to change what's going to happen here. I'm not putting her on a hook because she got in the locker. Yeah. He'll probably went back to the same gen. Gotta love glyph challenges. Not really. Might still be in that little jungle gym, though. Let's find out. Good. Second tap. Nope, he was already over for pickup. Thought so. So he just taps the gen, and when you go over to it, he immediately leaves for pickup and rounds you. Let's keep watching forward. You got a heal. What a nice guy. We're gonna go after Bill. No one dropped the pallet. No. My Bill's still here. Erratic scratch marks. Phase 3 whip. Very tasty. That phase 3 is beautiful. Unbreakable. Maybe. On the Bill. Maybe to be a memer. Double back? Nope. She's right in front of us. And Bill might have Unbreakable. This is barely enough time to trigger Unbreakable. We'll see if he's going to be a cheeky fuck here in a second. Catch. You guys actually got a decent number of gens done for how things were going. Good. I'll wait for a DS and, excuse me, 4% Deliverance. Like the science outfit. Lovely it. Okay. Alrighty. Flip flop, maybe? Yep. Good. DC penalties, though, are a necessary thing if you have any sort of competitive game to discourage people from doing stupid shit. Good. So aggro zombie, aggro speed kind of works out a little bit. We'll see. As I mentioned, I think there's a sweet spot. I think the speed zombies are just broken now. We'll keep trying it though. Let's see, guys. Self-care, huh? Definitely felt like a very... We've had a lot of really normal... Like, I could actually play Legion tonight. I don't want to play my last game as Legion, because I'm pretty sure we're just going to get shit on. And we could. It's been a while. Our games tonight have been relatively normal. Like I do like playing killers. We've had some really fucking weird games the last couple weeks, guys. Just in general. A while since we played Legion. Let's do a Legion game. Myers? Not yet. We'll get there. We do have to play Myers again. Myers isn't dead. And Clone, obviously. Then I need to play a new killer. A high-tier new killer, like a Spirit. Get good at something else, and then have a second killer to swap between regularly. I guess another option, if you are into multiplayer games you don't want to be punished for, just like Battlefield or COD or something, play large-scale modes, where you can just leave and join whenever you want. With what looks like fake names. And a weeb. I feel like we should dodge this. I think we're just gonna play though. If we just get a horrible game right out of the gates, as a Legion just immediately punishing me for picking a different killer. Like, arguably our Legion MMR should be lower than our Nemesis MMR, in general. You play DVD mobile? Really? Oh. Okay. Pretty. How horrible is this going to be, guys? Games have been relatively chill. Oh, Oxy. You mean Oxy. Please, not Ani. God, don't use the agenda name. Don't use the name that they gave it because they don't want to be associated with the drug that's highly addictive and causes crippling addiction in general. It's obviously like Oxy because it's that addicting. Nah, it would be pretty good for mobile though. So, I don't know. There's a lot of those small pieces in it. I think you could manage it though with like a zoom function, pinch and zoom function. Maybe it's too complicated for a phone. Like it's too CPU intensive. Guys. Azerovs. It's been a while. Break your cuck door. Here, guys, there's 3 people pounded a gen, which means they spawned over here on the left, likely. "14 seconds. A lot of people here, and we only saw one run away. Gonna chi lobby all the gates, guys. Thanks, buddy. Fuck is that? She sounded like she ran behind me. Hey, buddy. Drop it for me. And now you're down. Definitely a sweater lobby, guys. Once again, MMR is lowest on... well, not lowest. It's highest on Nemesis. And we're already getting sweaters. Just right out of the gates. Got a stealth squad. Yeah. Got regression. Most 10 gens across the map. We're gonna cam off, guys, and we're gonna wait. 100% a pre-bait and possibly a chi lobby. Like I said, we should have dodged it, but I took it because our Nemesis games went alright, given we actually dodged a copious amount of lobbies before then. Drop. Just walk through my character model. She's running faster than normal now. Lobby, guys. The way it goes, it actually looks like it took longer to get out than normal. Yeah, she's running faster. Probably about a 107, 108% right now. 107. She's very fast. And she fucked up. Cool. We're gonna get her on a hook immediately. Yeah. Like I said, cheat lobby. We're gonna bait and unhook because all they're gonna be doing right now is pounding gens. So they're all probably 99. Seconds. Oh, wait. It's gonna be 1 to 2K. Cheat lobby, guys. It's the same shit. I bet she doesn't have windows either. Right out of the gates. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that... Wow, okay. That just makes complete sense. I'm pretty sure that cheaters can actually pick which lobbies they go into. Like, who they go against. So if they know they're going to have their way with the killer, they'll just go out of their way to do it. Ed's pallet's gone. She doesn't even remember what's actually missing or not. Double back. Whatever Jen's left is definitely 99, so. Aren't gonna make it. That's normal. And oh my god. Yep. Cap Jen. Went for the one pallet's actually here. We're gonna make this. We aren't gonna make it. Yep. Leave. Once again, they have a cheat for that. They actually left? He tapped this gen? Just saw me ran away. What the fuck is that? The other guy's running across the map. I think they went for the cross map gen. Very fucking weird. They just both come over here to this gen? And they fucked up a skill check too on top. We're actually going to use this for map progress. They're just both sitting here waiting for me to leave the gen. Cheat lobby, guys. I think they're just fucking around at this point. So. Complete pre-made. Not very good either, but it doesn't matter when you're cheating. I'm pretty sure there's a guy on the gen right now. Yep. Surprise! Yep. There's gonna be a guy on the handle now, too. Cross map is my guess. It's different than the guys on the gen. We're gonna leave. Yep. Called it. What the fuck is that shit? Should have been a hit. Handle should not be primed. He's running faster than normal. I guess hope. On top of a speed hack. This is definitely extremely fast. Going back to gate, that should be primed right now. Yep. Unbelievable. Oh. That's a cheat lobby, guys. Oh. Good shit. Love a good cheat lobby. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, there's nothing that could have happened there. There's 100% a cheat lobby. We had only a couple chases. Somehow this guy ended up with 30,000 points. A couple chases in which only, like, there's no way that people actually got points for chase. These guys should have, like, 13,000 points. These guys should have, like, 13,000, so 18,000 points after escape. They shouldn't have an extra 12,000 points. This is 100% a cheat lobby, guys. And despite whatever they fucking said, by the way, I mentioned before I should have dodged the lobby. 100% should have dodged the lobby. But I was like, whatever. This has happened multiple times. This happened when basically when we play any C tier killers, we play shitty killers. We run into people that generally are cheating, we run into ultra swift lobbies, and we run into generally everyone in the lobbies cheating. We played Nemesis all fucking night. Nemesis is my top tier killer. We played him all fucking night and had no problems. We occasionally ran into people that were cheating or sus, but it happened later on in the match. The moment I played Legion, all these guys were on exactly the same page. They all hid. They waited for me to leave the vicinity before anyone touched the gen at the beginning at the corner of the map. They waited for me to leave the vicinity before anyone touched the gen. Those guys played a distraction play at the end there where they had two people working the gen. They had a Leon that ran across the map to distract me from the gen so that they could go back to it. They popped the gen just for shits and giggles because they're like, ha ha ha, we're so good at the game. It was 100% an intentional pop. And they're all on the same page as far as escorting the Zarina out and knew exactly where she was when she was coming back for the door. These guys were 100% cheating, and they were all on the same page. This is a straight-up cheat lobby. Yeah, I mean, cheat lobbies in general is going to be a very similar outcome. But this was a straight-up cheat lobby, and, like, the point totals do not make sense. This guy got 20,000 points while being tunneled the entire fucking match. He should have maybe 12 or 11,000 points. He somehow got 20,000 points. It doesn't even make sense. This guy got tunneled the entire fucking match. All that happened was him sitting on a hook and him dying. And he got 20,000 points. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Holy shit. Why is my spacebar not working? And Legion's a 115 killer, too. It's always the same shit. They'll do exactly what you saw there with the Jill, which is they'll speed up, they'll go to the next pallet, they'll drop it, they'll speed up, go to the next pallet, and drop it. We went through every fucking pallet on the map, by the way. And this arena does not have windows. Or not this arena, the Jill has no windows. 100, 1300, 12. Guy. Four hooks. Oh, I forgot to point out the 20,000 points in her tunnel. How the fuck does a tunnel have 20,000 points, guys? What the fuck is this shit? It's 100% a cheat lobby, like I mentioned before. There's no way that our tunnel should have 20,000 points. They did two things. They sat on a hook, and then they're in a chase, and they go down and they sat on a hook again, and then they died. That's it. That's all that happened. They should have 12,000, maybe 11,000 points. And they had 20,000 points. Where the fuck did the other 9,000 points come from? We didn't trade off. It's not like we switched to a different tunnel. That's the same person from the beginning of the game. Holy fuck. Like this right here. So this is relatively normal. This is 19,000 points, which if he did the gens and just got out at the end of the game, kind of makes sense. And we did actually occasionally chase him. We didn't actually chase him for long though. As I mentioned before, guys, when you play Legion, I'm very certain we've hypothesized about this before. Leon might actually be the one that's not cheating in this match. We've hypothesized about this before, but it definitely seems like people know what killer they're going against and pick and choose what killers they queue into as survivors that are cheating. Yeah, well, that's the point of the build, is where you challenge it, you get hit by the stun, so then she just pre-dropped over and over and over again. She doesn't have, like, disco or whatever it's called, where smash hit so she could actually speed up. Yeah. So, just straight out of the gates, guys, just a cheat lobby. And they were all on exactly the same page. We had someone that ran a distraction play. Where the fuck did that Zarina even come from? So look at this at the end. She was working the gen. We saw her working the gen. And went to the other side, and then she came out from the wrong side. I'm pretty sure she teleported here. Like, look at this. At the end here, we saw her on the gen because she has the white hood skin with the Leon. Let's take a look at this here, guys. She was working the gen. We saw her working the gen. And went to the... Check this out. Fucking obnoxious. Same shit every fucking game with Legion. They all knew, by the way, what perks I was running. Immediately knew what perks I was running, so they just started pre-dropping on me. Here, it's later on. Hooded chick. Check this out. Might have been a teleport. It's Legion, no. You guys were 100%. That guy knew how far that hook was and rogered into the Zarina to come over and help him. There are so many coordinated plays in this match. They 100% were all on exactly the same page. I'm solo, by the way. Yeah, there's no fucking way these guys were solo. Absolutely no way. And by the way, this is why you don't go for a second chase. It felt like we... Like, look at this. It feels like we should be catching this Leon, and then we just didn't. Corner boost or something going on here. It. There, you can see the hood. We just saw the hood on her. So you can see the hood on the side of the gen here. Right there. You can see her working it. Right there. So she's on the gen. We know where she is. Now, exit gates pop. She does not go left. Does. Just barely saw a scratch mark, I think. Right there on the side. Potentially could have went left. Leon went right. Has a boatload of distance, adrenaline. Ran over from door angle. That should have been a hit on the Zarina. Very, very, very fast. Obviously, she's running Hope, but it looks like Hope in addition to something else. Didn't even vault anything, did she? Oh. It hit all of them, by the way. So what we should have done is ran through and then hit the other chick in front of us right now, and then let off the gas, because then we would have been able to pick someone up off the ground. 100%. 100% a cheat lobby, 100% all on the same page. Yeah, we ran the entire length of the map, and I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have even caught up to her. Pretty sure we wouldn't have even caught up to her without the dash. It's 100% a cheat lobby. These guys were all exactly waiting exactly where she's coming through too. Escort. Oh. Like literally ran over to meet her. We're solo, by the way. Tee! We're solo, by the way. Tee! We're solo. Yeah, the fuck they are. Yes, we did. Her point, she stunned you multiple times, like twice. Yeah, so we can look up the scoring total if you want. I believe it's 500 points per stun. 500 points per stun. Thousand points for stun. So 2 stuns, she got 2,000 points. Cool. After she figured out that I have Spirit Fury, she just started pre-dropping everything. There was no stuns. First stun was between... I think it's only 1 stun, too. The first stun was with the first guy we chased, and the second stun was the guy that we tunnel out of the game. No fucking way that's a solo game. Yeah, my fucking fat dick, that's a solo game. Unbelievable shit, guys. That's the way it goes, playing Legion. As I mentioned before, it's the same way. The same thing happened when we played Plague. The same thing happened when we played Sadako. It feels very much like these killers should have lower MMR. These killers should have lower MMR than Nemesis, right? And we played Nemesis all night. We had normal games, and we occasionally had a cheater in one, but we didn't have like a full-on like blowout cheat lobby like we just had. We had normal games, and I was like, hey, let's play a Legion game, right? And then immediately... Like, I should just dodge the lobby immediately, but I didn't. I was like, yeah, you know, whatever. Our games have won fine tonight with Nemesis. Yeah. Just straight out of the gates. It's the same shit, too. Like, when you run into the cheaters, they'll pre-drop the pallet, they'll immediately go to the next pallet. They make a straight line for every single pallet on the map, and they'll just run a circle around it like a queue. Like they're running around through waypoints on the map. And no windows in any way, shape, or form. She just knew exactly what was going on and knew exactly where all the pallets were. And then when she ran out, she went down. The killer isn't bad. The killer isn't bad. We won against a cheater team, dude. You play against normal players, they can't do that. Because once again, they don't have enough time to get to the next pallet before they do that all over again. They can't keep doing that over and over and over again. It doesn't work. No, you're talking about medals. We covered this before. That's emblems. That's a special effect from emblems. That's not on scoring events. Scoring events is scoring. Emblems are different. You don't get extra points for being in chase. Survivors wish that was a thing, but it's not. You get points for chase, though. That's only a thing you get for Lightbringer on emblems, which don't matter. Rank in the top right. Prestige, not. Grade. Scoring system and emblem system share very similar things, but they aren't identical. They have different things that interact with each other. But yeah, no, Legion is not bad. It's just we won against the cheat lobby just straight out of the gates. It's just straight up cheat lobby. And they always play in exactly identical manner. I think we could have maybe played things a little bit differently at the end there. I could have went for the person that unhooked instead of going for the person. Because it was basically the same thing. If we got her to another hook, it would have been the same identical scenario. I should have went after the UE that unhooked her instead. And maybe we would have got a 2K. But yeah, my Legion MMR should be much lower than my Nemesis MMR for exactly the reason you just saw. But when we play Legion, we tend to get more cheaters than when we play Nemesis. Just barely nips at the heels of Nemesis without perks and add-ons with the build that I'm currently running. And literally just ran through every pallet on the map. There is no way to prevent that either. By the time that I like vault the pallet and get onto my power, she's already to the next pallet, and she knew where every pallet was. Obviously, there's some static pallets on the map, but she knew where every pallet was behind stuff. That's a straight out like scene out of a wall hack right there. Unless she has windows, which she didn't have windows, of course. And surprise, the guy that actually was on the hook was a guy with hope too. If you guys didn't know, when people are cheating, they can change out their perks, or they can just have all perks in the game. So, yeah, it might be coincidence, or it might not, that they actually had hope. Good. Well, fun end to the night, guys. Fun end. Glad we played the Legion game. I do want to play Legion more. Legion is fun when you don't run into cheat lobbies, though, so... yeah. We'll see how things go, guys. It's the same way when we play Plague. It was the same way when we played Sadako. When you play, like, the C-tier killers, it for some reason invites people that cheat. I think it has a lot to do with them being able to pick which lobbies they go against, and they just want to go against the shit killer. Legion isn't super horrible when you play the build that I have right now, but it was the same fucking shit. I don't know. As I mentioned, guys, creating strats for cheaters sounds like a futile effort. I mean, verification and validation so they can't change their perks in the game would be a fucking good place to start. There's a lot of fucking stupid shit in this game that cheaters can do. Changing out their perks is one of them. And you can have all the perks in the game. If you guys are curious about that, you can have every fucking perk you want. There's a perk picker, depending on which cheat or trainer you're using. Excuse me, cheat. Depending on which cheat you're using, there's a perk picker, so you can just pick out whatever cheats you, or whatever perks you want. And at the end of the game, you can just swap them out. So... we've had people with endurance effects that put like Dead Hard on or something with auto Dead Hard, but you don't see it at the end of the game because they forget to switch it out because they have too many perks. But they can just swap out the perks and then all of a sudden they have hope at the end of the game. That was a straight up cheat lobby though. So. Yeah. And we made the mistake, when it looks like you're going for an extended rush with Legion, you can't go for extended rushes when you're in a sus lobby. They'll just always get away from you no matter what. That's just the way. Alright guys, yeah, so there's a new game that we will be playing. I don't know if it's tomorrow night or later tonight. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow night. It's a single-player game we'll be playing. It's something like Hades mixed with The Sims. We'll see how it goes. It has some progression and roguelike elements in it. But, yeah. That remains to be for tonight, guys. If it's a shit game, we'll play for a day and then we're done with it. If it's good, we'll keep playing it probably maybe depending on how long it takes till I get bored of it. Since Riftbreaker didn't go as long as I'd hoped it to. Hoped it would. Yeah. But that's either later tonight, so tonight's game, or tomorrow. It depends on how the release date works for the game. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the cheaters somehow just immediately queuing into my Legion game, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. I usually stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take, depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. I was hoping that we'd actually get a good Legion game in him, because he is a lot of fun to play. It's one of the reasons I still play Legion. However, when you queue into a cheat lobby, it's always exactly, methodically the same way, which is they'll pre-drop a pallet, they'll run to the next pallet, you will not be able to catch up to them before they hit the next pallet, they'll pre-drop, next pallet, pre-drop, next pallet, pre-drop, next pallet. It is very methodical, and it happens exactly the same way when you run into the cheat squads. There's no other way around it. You just got to eat all the pallets on the map, and luckily it was not on the game. So, yeah. It's just the way that it goes, guys. There might be a way around that. We'll have to work on that. The pre-drop, I don't even know what to call it. It happens a lot in Mouse 1 killers. It used to happen a lot back when I played Mouse 1 killers. Legion isn't a normal Mouse 1 killer. Where they just pre-drop and route through every pallet on the map. Like reversing polarity might be a way of fixing things or working with it. We'll have to work on that in the future. But alrighty, guys. That's unfortunate, guys, but that's by the way, it's not just tonight's game. That has happened a lot when we've played Legion. It's happened a lot when we played Plague, back when I tried her out for a little bit and learned that she sucks at high MMR. Because once you play against good squads, there's a lot of things that are wrong with her. And it happened when I was playing Sadako. It is the same fucking shit every fucking time. But yeah, that's not something new tonight. That's not like, oh, I just discovered this. This literally happens all the time. And last time we played Legion, same shit. Normally we get some normal games, but tonight, like, I decided not to dodge the lobby, and yeah, just ended up with the Chi lobby. There, by the way, those guys said they weren't a pre-made. That was 100% a 4-man. That was a straight-up 4-man. Those guys were all on exactly the same page. They're making coordinated plays. They're all doing distraction plays and trying to get me to grab my attention, take aggro, so they could finish a gen behind my back with the guy that's hiding for them. Yeah, those guys were 100% a pre-made. That was a super sweaty pre-made, and they're cheating on top of it. Alrighty, guys, that'll happen. Hopefully, we will have. We'll try for some more Legion games because honestly, I want to get off Nemesis. I thought we were safe tonight, and we weren't. The moment I stepped off Nemesis, we just got a Chi lobby. So that's the way she goes, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully beautiful Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.